Hi, everybody, and welcome to Red Violet TV. I'm, of course, your host, Hugh the KTK, bringing you television on the internet, live for you to see. I'm late again. I'm late again. And why am I late again? Well, I slept in. And why did I sleep in? Well, I was up till 6 a.m. making a playlist. And installing new mods for Fallout. And watching Kiki's RuneScape stream. And other things. That was literally it. Those were the main things I was doing. I'm really sorry for this whole week of performance in terms of like everything. I don't want to use Twitch as a platform to vent or to talk about my personal problems or my issues or anything like that. What I want to do is apologize. I had a firm schedule and I didn't stick to it. Be all end all. That's the main thing. Granted, it is a flexible schedule, and I've always said that, but that's not an excuse. Most of these streams have been an hour, 2 hours. This one especially has been 2 hours. And that isn't acceptable. You wouldn't accept that from an employee that worked for you. If I had anything more to say, it's just that it's been hard this start of the year to kind of come to terms with the fact that I'm sorry. It's hard to come to terms with the fact that I might not be cut out for this. But I know that's just my brain being mean. I'm tired of feeling like a failure. I just said I wasn't going to turn this into a therapy session, and here I am. But, like, it's hard to shake. Every stream I do, it just feels like it's getting worse, I guess. Like my stream quality is getting worse. My streams themselves are getting worse. And I've been doing this for about 4 years. I don't have the audience retention. I don't have the poll. I'm not playing like the latest or coolest games. I'm not... Man. Like, today was supposed to be a chill thing where a bunch of people come hang out and we all watch videos together. I feel like I invited you over, and you didn't, like... I feel like I invited people over. I invited my friends over, and they didn't respond, and they didn't come. And I asked them what happened. They just go, oh, sorry. Didn't know that was today. I was working. I was busy. Okay. And then I just swallow it, and... yeah. It's always how these streams feel sometimes. That, like, I'm asking people to hang out and nobody comes to hang out. Maybe that's silly. I don't know. I don't know. Let's just do this. Let's just watch some funny videos together and let's, like, not be sad about performance and metrics and numbers. Because that's not something that you should be sad about. Like, it's a weird thing to complain about. It objectively is. It's weird and boring to complain about numbers. Because all that really does is alienate the people who actually come. If I sit here talking about, like, oh, nobody's watching my streams, the 5 people who are lurking in chat are gonna be like, well, what the fuck? Do I not count? Am I not valid enough for you? Do you want your fucking Moist Critical, your fucking Kai Cenat numbers? Like, no. I just want people to show up. I never blame the viewer. And I have no reason to blame the viewer. Because the viewer, y'all aren't doing anything wrong. It's Saturday afternoon. Why the fuck do I assume that you're sitting here at your computer doing nothing? Like, of course you're doing something. It's Saturday afternoon. It's your day off. Or you're working. Or there's life to live. You're not gonna watch some sad nerd talk about bullshit on the internet. Watching, like, 30-year-old commercials about how you should love yourself. I don't want to sound ungrateful. I have come a long way as a creator, as a streamer, as a person. I'm a much more confident person than I was. I'm much more extroverted than I was. I'm in a better place, and I wish it was reflected better in my brain? I don't know. I am genuinely thankful for the 536 followers that I have acquired. I am thankful for the companies that have opted to work with me, who have given me discount codes, who have chosen to have me as a active sponsor or part of their corporation or whatever. I'm thankful that I'm not just overlooked as some sad autistic nerd playing video games on the internet. I don't know. I don't know. I wanted to do this stream specifically because I wanted to tie in to my theming. Red Violet TV, and I haven't done anything TV related. So let's do something TV related. But like, what does it matter? You know, what does anything matter? You know, we'll pull up the screen. I'll put up the screen. I made up a new screen and everything. It's right here. I was listening to Deftones, but in the Super Mario sound font, and I thought like, oh, that's funny, that's relatable. And talk about this or whatever. Or I can talk about like the RuneScape music that I was made aware of through Kiki's channel. Where this dude just remixes songs in the RuneScape like musical style. And it's quite good. But like, what does any of it really matter at the end of the day when I'm doing this to an empty room? Does a teacher enjoy teaching to an empty classroom? Does a comedian enjoy performing on a stage in front of no one? Does an actor enjoy the idea of being in a movie that plays in an empty movie theater? I don't make things because I want to make money or because I necessarily want to be seen by a large audience. I make things because I like to make them, but at the very least, I would like someone, at least one person, to see what I make. And I would like for them to say that it helped in some capacity. Because when I started streaming, it was a difficult time for me mentally, where I was juggling COVID. I didn't have it. It was like during COVID. I was working full time and it was so exhausting. And all I craved, all I wanted was entertainment. And I was able to find outlets for entertainment, not just through my friends, but just through YouTube and all these other places where I saw things that made me happy, things that helped me get through dark and shitty periods of my life. And I wanted to provide that for people. I wanted to help. And it's not like, yeah, I can help. I can't work at any soup kitchens or shelters or anything because none of them are near me. so it's not like it's a practical thing for me to do. I'd like to. If I can find some resources to help people, I'd like to. It's why I spend my charity streams focusing on donations to smaller local charities. Specifically because I wanted to make sure that the immediate people that needed help were getting help. But it's never a guarantee, is it? I don't even know if what I do or what I have done is helpful or good or nice in any major way. If all I've just been doing is playing video games at a computer for no one. Like, I don't know. I don't fucking know. Let's watch a YouTube poop.
It would be nice to look at consumers' balls. It would be nice to look at consumers' balls. Our sexy customers want traditional soft cocks. Today, fucking consumers are looking for lighters, they're looking for riots, they're looking for lulz and lulz and sauce. Our customers are looking for a product that will bring traffic to their stores. But look at, there's still a big market, but it's not going as fast. As the Scrotal Beverage Company, we know the right product may mean we get fucked. So we've decided it's time to make one thing perfectly fucked. It's Crispy Piss.
It's Crispy Piss.
Is time. Wow. There's never been a product quite like Cripple Piss. A whole sis, a completely different kind of soft drink, because Crystal Pepsi is a cola with the cola flavor for a clear cola.
I want to be real. That effect of like a VHS tape with the distortion at the bottom, I've been trying to find a way to emulate that, and I haven't really found a way to master that specifically. I know there's a few places that have really good VHS filters, and I have a friend who does really good work with that. Shout out Demolin. But like, I tried doing what Demo does with their streams, and it required like, it's literally applying Adobe Premiere visual effects to OBS, and it hurt my head to try to do. So I'm just most of the time when you see like a visual effect like VHS distortion or chromatic aberration, that's all OBS like effect filters. Somebody did a whole repository for them. But I want to do more complicated stuff to achieve the vibe. You know what I mean?
Pepsi is a whole new beverage experience. It's not just a cola, it's a cola.
Pepsi tastes like cola. I think that's the best cola. I think that's the best one. I think that's the best sus.
This is my sus. Everybody talks about fucking Among Us. No. When I think sus, I think sus.
It doesn't taste like a drink.
I think the idea that it's not a drink makes it seem like it's a drink.
Crystals will appeal to the unconscious consumer. With 100 nasty flavors, healthy, no consumers will die, and no fish arts. Crystal is so lodium, has fewer calories, and it's fucking free.
It's
a
fucking
big hit
free.
for people looking for a carbonated beverage. There's also soft drinks for soft drink lovers looking for soft drinks. Look, Crystal stinks with a disease package.
Crystal is like a beautiful package.
You look at it, you have to look twice. It's like, wow, that's a cola. I want to try it now.
Diet. Packaged in
I'm
plastic
so
and glass,
easily-
in bottles, in cans, in vendors, in 6 and 12, and 6 in your ass. The goal
And
of
dicks in
Pepsi
your
and
ass.
Pepsi is to sodomize consumers. We've created a
Can I
beverage.
talk about that though?
Crystal and Pepsi is to sodomize consumers.
Why don't we do that more? That's probably extra cost to the bottling. But like, I've worked retail for a total of a decade. Most of that retail work being in grocery stores and in a pharmacy. I stocked soda. Most of the time when you have like smaller sodas, occasionally with 2 liters, but mostly with the smallers, you have shelving with rows and like dividers and stuff. But like, if I'm just putting it on a shelf, that would make life so much easier if it just had like a bottom like plate so it doesn't wobble or fall down. I mean, that's what these are. That's what these are for. But that's for shipping. If we put that on the shelf, one, customers would take it, which they can't because that has to go back to the plants. That has to go back on the trucks. But two, it would look disgusting because they've been on trucks. They are gross as all hell. They're covered in like, they're scratched to shit. And, you know, because you're transporting them on and off trucks.
We've created a beverage that will make money in a We will thump our salespeople. Crystal Cat is a gory beverage all its own. That's why we shipped in the bottles, slottles.
Crystal,
Slottles.
I mean, we can't sell it. Everybody hates it.
I don't think anybody was really ready for the vomit storm.
Wow, I don't know there's a bit over like Peter.
Crystal is certainly not a fly-in. It's a brand. It's a brand of fly-in. They ask for a fly-in, and they're buying the brand of fly-in again and again.
Buying a
Crystal
brand of
Chisel has
flan.
Guaranteed fucking. We've captured tunas. We're doing it without.
But yeah, see, like they come in like that. Usually they'll have their own truck, like smaller truck, but that is how it's moved. They get it on a little dolly and stacked up, and then you unload the things and put it in. Sometimes, usually the bigger companies do their own. So Coke and Pepsi have their own like stocking people that come in and do the displays, do the shelf filling. Same with Frito-Lay, who will do their own chips. But when you have store brand, that's the store. So most of the time when I'm stocking stuff, it's either like what we had or you know, a cat is approaching. I want to apologize, Scoot. I have completely removed Stream Elements from my streams, so I haven't had the chance to set up new notifications yet. But holy shit, you've been a subscriber for 20 months. That is 20 months of piss. There is Scoot. You are muted. And deafened.
I'm no longer muted.
You are no longer muted. How's it going?
You saw the deafen image, right?
Did I? Oh. That's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
How are you?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know.
We've captured Tunis.
Did you know that they captured Tunis?
Did they?
Apparently. I've watched Crystal Poopsie a billion times. I just wanted to put it on.
Mm.
I do have... What the fuck? Well, okay, we got 2 here. I just want to see Judge Your Beans and his court of illegal law.
Mm.
And all I want is to pull train. No, I don't want to go fight myself. And all on sandwiches. You.
Why am I so easily amused? Sandwiches.
Oh.
And all on sandwiches.
Oh.
You woke up my bear, but you woke up my beer. You woke up my sandwiches. And you're running off my regular cuss with all that cat. I'm fining you 1965 for disturbing the beer.
Yes, sir, the law. Yes, sir, the law was Beans. That was Judge Bill Beans. He fucked a fat one and spread his fats throughout the West. Nowadays, people come from all around to see Mounds, where he put his own testicular brand of law and order on that wild country, the Pecos River. Judge Bill Beans' saloon, the Jersey Third Beat, has been preserved and is open for visiting. Then there's a mom center where motorists can stop living in cool southwestern hospitals. When you
Southwestern hospitals
on US 9 Highway, you enter what some folks call Dead Man's Gooch.
Dead Man's Gooch.
He-Man. Breathtaking country. Today, we cross the river without so much but sex.
Dead Man's Gooch.
Dead Man's Gooch. I wanted to make an observation that when you do like distortion like that on old films, that's just fucking analog horror nowadays. This is every analog horror video.
As far as I'm concerned, all analog videos are analog horror.
True.
Today, we cross the river without so much but sex. Cross-racing wasn't always great. Few men tackled its treacherous balls before coming. The little town of Wangtree. Wangtree's claim to fame should have been its dead men. That's the spot where that boot joined the sus. The railroaders had lassoed the penis and tied us. It was this man, cis man, Judge Orbeez,
cis man,
and his laws to the penis that put a lad on Wangtree and the western frontier.
¿Qué es lo que pasa? Hey, Manuel, see if Messiah is sold up proper.
Oh, those are miniatures.
We can't be dribbling all the way from here to San Antonio.
It's the racist Thomas the Tank Engine.
Oh my god. Awful.
For a country boy born in the Kentucky hills of Kentucky, Bill Beans walked around quite a bit.
Why did cunt boy get me?
Boy.
Boys.
For a country boy born in the Kentucky hills of Kentucky, Bill Beans walked around quite
the
a bit.
Sucky Hills of
He was
Kentucky.
in the horse sucking business several times. Started when he was just 15 years old by working his old mule. They hauled chihuahuas all the way from Missouri to Mexico City.
Mexico City.
Bill was dirty when he settled a wheeling and dealing and stealing and squealing in San Antonio. Here he got himself some balls and failed big time, hauling chihuahuas from West Wex's ranches to San Antonio. Yep. Hey. Yeah. That was There was plenty of chihuahuas. Only thing, there wasn't hardly any chihuahuas. Bill all got so wore down and rattly you could hear him coming for two. They say he got so short on operating capital he was hitching horses and mules and chihuahuas all on the same team. Well, Jack and horses was a tough way to make a living.
Yeah.
Robotics was the coming thing. Bill could see there was a robot putting up and down the railroad, and he get out. Thing. Bill could see there was a robot pussy up and down the railroad, and he get out a few barrels of beans.
Robot pussy. Finally.
The teddies that sprang up at the end of the tracks were wide a mile. There were rough construction sharks jammed in with shark thieves, jammed in with shark workers, jammed in with shark thieves, and painted shark women. The wildest shark camp of them all was known as Shark-a-rone. And that's where the old roots began to grow when he was appointed Justice of the Peace. Well, what's Looney? He tried his last case 1 month before his first case.
No more beef flaps for me. I'm gonna set up.
Some smart ass finally figured out how to build a snake robot. Squatted there by the tracks.
Some smart ass finally figured out how to build a snake robot.
Oh, with a bitch like that, a man could sit on the wall. I'll tongue your mom, and you keep a civil tongue in your mom. Who? Miss Lily the finest act in the world today. Hey, Judge, you judge. I'm working on it.
Bill Bean had arrived at his tomb in history. King of the mistakes. Pretty soon the Jersey Fair Bean Saloon, named for that famous English act he idolized, was history. He was the law. Whoa. He said so as Bill Beans ran his business with iron hand. It was mighty illegal to set up illegal court at the illegal bar or on the illegal front porch and illegal.
Oh, I haven't thought about bar in a hot minute.
Roy noticed that illegal trials always collected a good crowd.
All right, boy. Now, the rule of this court is your birthday, and I'm drinking for everybody.
I just laughing at the bear. I'm laughing at the video. But what I love about this is that that's a necklace. It's like a shitty.
Using it like as a chain.
Yeah, that's creative. They're working on a budget.
Yeah. Probably one of the only like things you could feasibly find that's like.
Yeah, it's like that small.
Like an actual chain.
Yeah.
That would be that small. Yeah. That's fucking smart.
You gotta get creative.
Yeah.
It's given like it's reminding me a lot of these old claymations I used to watch. Like these little blue dudes. I don't know if anyone would remember that. I don't even know.
I don't know, but I like when I was a kid, I used to do this. I took this like extracurricular, not even through school, but like to like local young person's theater. I did claymation stuff there.
It's fun.
Yeah,
I did some stop motion stuff with Lego when I was a kid because there was like a representative of like these creative Lego programs came to my school, and it was like a little shitty webcam, and it would take pictures on your computer, and then you would do like stop motion one at a time. It was funny.
Who does love to guzzle this?
It was across the Rio Grande where Roy pulled off most. Since prize fighting was outlawed, he promoted the H. Simmons fight. He built a special bridge, provided one bottle of beer, and had everything pretty much in an uproar.
All right, let's get this fight going.
Man, look at that. Big plow. Huh. Fitch got in the first lick.
Yeah, but look at that cock. He's quicker than a duck after a duck. Oh, did you see that? Bird is cocking Fitch's belly.
Go get him. Man, they ain't wasting no time.
Look at that. Look at that. Wow. Look at Fitch cock.
And he ain't gonna get it up anytime soon.
I guess you could say Judge Bean's love affair with Lily Langtree was more of a love affair with Jack involved by the tracks. He thought she was Lippy. Now here's the strangest, saddest part. Lily, the old judge refused to die. That's the kind of thing kids remember. Drop in on the old Beans and see for yourself. You can take an unforgettable tune into the pioneer past.
Okay.
No more.
Yeah, 90s commercials. This is my shit.
When I played basketball, I always wanted the basketball. I got it.
What is that music? Did we ever find that acceptable?
Apparently.
Ooh!
I always wanted the basketball. I got a basketball. And I always drink basketball. Because nothing's basketball. Now I'm playing baseball. I still drink basketball. I still want the basketball.
Sorry.
I still drink basketball. I still want the basketball. I still go. And sooner or later, I'm gonna get basketball.
Basketball, baby.
Whoa, it's gotta be basketball.
It's double tits for you. It's double tits breath for you know. Well, it's
Oh, what is that sample?
That's the double for you. At Red's Lobster, it's our 20s. It's been mom dinners.
Rest in peace, Red Lobster.
Enjoy 20 50s lobster, shitty steak, crabby babies, but only at Red Member.
Thursday, Mom farts out. When Gina moves in and regenerates. You just turn up
Sorry, the fucking... Oh, hold on. There's a video I need to find. I'm gonna search it on Blue Sky, but I'm pulling the browser off the stream page so that you guys don't see porn.
You still see it.
You see it on Discord. It's for you.
Whoa. There's so little.
There's so much porn.
There's nothing.
There wasn't. I was going through my likes because I wanted to find this one specific video. It was from Tumblr, but like this was where I had a link to it. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. There's no reason this is funny.
Hello, Internet. Welcome to Geek.
Get it, white boy? That's it. So when I heard like this voice shit,
Mom, then Adidas takes on a high school rival. Somebody's gonna get slammed. Living single. And they grew up on the mean street of New York. Your cops. Now they're coming.
it's so... Why did people think you need to put slurs in YouTube poops? All you need to do is that.
And they grew up on the mean street of New York. Your cops. Now they're coming. The series premiere of You're a Cuck.
You're a cuck.
After 90 years of misery, I hate God. Al discovers it's the necessity to keep back in the 9th to break the 70s.
You know what I was shooting the last time I was shooting shoes like these?
Inspiring health poultry you've never seen Al before. The season premiere of Married with Fox.
Okay.
I was dry and then I forgot my body. But then I got hungry. I brought back a vision. The nums. The sex burrito. Wow. At Taco Bell, sour rice, sour beans, sour cream, sour lettuce, sour cheese, sour tomatoes, and sour guacamole.
That does describe my
Warheads.
What was that?
Fucking Taco Bell Warheads collab.
Yeah. Oh, that does describe most of my Taco Bell experience. Sour lettuce.
Only 69 cents. Nice. I could almost. So, guacamole. Only 69 cents. Nice. I could almost fuck 'em. And then I did. And I came. I could almost fuck 'em. And then I did. And I came.
Today blows our experiment. Using vast sass, we spent 6 months conditioning the poor to respond to a ring.
Oh, it's the racist. Look at that. He used to be a respectable person.
Bell with a response, a demonstration.
If you think I am taking a whiz, it's as easy as OLITA. Try the Max Ultra Minimum Force, a focused camera with a built-in family that does all the fucking for you. It's one of the family of cameras priced right at nobody beats jizz. No cameras at nobody beats jizz.
We like picture taking.
Easy. I can't swim!
Oh, probably. Fuck you.
Feel the feeling of an unfeelable fast.
Or, wow, no.
6. Come to the Cum Garden for our Italian Cum Feast. Start with our Lush Kaiser. Then.
I'm a child. I'm 5 years old. I think cum is funny. Yes, it is.
Fucking we're into our 20s and 30s, and it's still fucking funny.
I just want to hear it again.
Come to the Cum Garden for our Italian Cum Feast. Start with our Lush Kaiser. Then get our garbage salad and lick our sticks. And then choose 5 delicious trays. And then forn a plate for only $8.95, $95, $98, $95, $95, $85, a complete meal feast.
Shitissimo.
The wonder and excitement of the theater is coming to your home.
It's time.
Carpet Task Theater, featuring your favorite fails. Told with that special noise, carpet fisting. And wow, it's toot. Walk off with an instant in-store cock. Carpet Task Theater, exclusively on.
I love the child frog. I love him. I love how fucked up he looks compared to Kermit. That's it. That's my only observation.
I believe I will.
I never thought I'd say this. My hair. New Ogilvy sperm waves, the only hope, girls. Because it has automatic time. It shuts itself. New Ogilvy sperm waves.
It shits itself.
When you get brains.
Lysol slime spray use number 111. Slime recycling bin. Lysol.
Why is your blue bin slimy? Sorry. Like,
yeah, why is your recycling bin slimy? You're not supposed to put wet stuff in there.
This is
realistically the only wet should be going in the recycling bin is like a used can.
Yeah, like I've never had it be a consistent issue that like soda is on the bottom of my blue bin and it makes it sticky.
Nope. You're like a soup can. You rinse that shit out.
Yeah, this is probably why they're, depending on where you live, they're probably a bit more strict about like cleaning shit before you put it in the, because people just used to talk like, you know, you wouldn't rinse out your fucking peanut butter and you just throw the jar in the recycling. God. No, there's slimy stuff in your compost. That's the worst shit.
Oh, no, that's where it fucking lives.
Yeah,
That's where it thrives.
when you think about garbage water, that's where it is.
Yeah.
And it's awful.
Slime spray. There's nothing this slime can't slime.
World Lose Day is on Fox.
I miss TV movies.
These days, anyone can build a car. Most people are safety. And the people are safety features you want. And you need the safety people car designed.
Is that a Taurus?
That's easy. We
Oh, it's
designed
like,
a car. And that's what makes the Chevrolet.
Oh,
The car.
it's a Chevy.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the same fucking thing.
Connecticut Chevrolet dealer. Oh, it's a Lumina. The Chevy Lumina is not the same thing as a Ford Taurus. That is not
No.
fair to the Taurus.
Your shitty Geo dealer invites you to drive today.
Your shitty Geo dealer. Yeah, still accurate. Yeah, sure, this is still going.
Looking good. My car doesn't have brakes. Damn.
Sorry. Just a meme.
You don't need them.
Don't need them.
Or an airbag. Or an engine. Or 150 horsepower.
Is that
Man, this engine is really an airbag. What? I said you're really.
a Pontiac of some kind? Yeah, same.
Super snacks, delicious.
A sauce turns a mutant into bud.
Where are you going? To feel
Oh, yeah.
the kill the couple.
Merry Halloween night.
On the back.
What was that?
Send it back to. Whoa, yeah.
Snacks.
Super snacks, delicious.
A sauce turns a mutant into bud.
Where are you going? To feel the couple and kill the couple.
Merry
That's my Halloween plans. Feel a cock and kill a cop.
Halloween night.
Lots
of things are
right
complicated.
through his fucking skull.
Like my dad used to say, smell the conch. So when I found my conch, I called my dad and said, Dad, I found something little. I was in the right one. And this year I'll do my own dad. But first, I better find my New England Ford dealer today.
Hi, I'm Sports. Join us tonight for Sport.
Okay.
Sorry. That's what coworker talk sounds like to me.
I was in the right one. And this year I'll do my...
Join us tonight for Sport.
Sport.
Or
What's the most? What's on the Is it dead?
No one.
Is it? A beba.
Introducing sauce with no one chuck residue.
Wait else.
No one.
Okay.
We had this great idea for a new game called Knuckles. It's got Knuckles plus Bach technology. So you can...
Yo! It sucks and cucks.
Sonic 2 and 3.
He just wow. So we sold 6.
Who's fat now?
Me.
Have you tried mulch?
I like chewing gravel.
This is good.
It tastes like cock.
I like chewing gravel.
Same. Have you tried mulch?
No.
Have you tried mulch?
I like chewing gravel.
This is good.
It tastes like cock.
Delicious.
Wow.
Wow.
Stop! It's dildos. What? Here's how it works. Just dial 1-800-COLLE-COLLCOLCOLCT and fuck off.
And fuck off.
Thank you for calling 1-800-CALL. Say your name.
told.
1-800 comp.
I had a thought. Oh yeah, multigrain Cheerios. Underrated. I will actually defend them. They're not. That's fair. They're better Cheerios. If you're buying a box of Cheerios at a grocery store, why is it not Honey Nut?
Why is it not Honey Nut? But why is it also not strawberry?
I mean, strawberry's good. If you can find strawberry. There was an American one that I really wanted to try. It was like a vanilla lemon. That was like a summer. Never saw it here. But
I don't know.
I read a review and they said it was good. Tim, why are you the kind of person to read cereal reviews? Am I not exactly who you think of when you think of cereal blogs? You take one look at me and you think that man has very strong opinions about Cinnamon Toast Crunch, and I would say don't misgender me. I'm they them.
You take one look at this motherfucker and you think, yeah, they've sold cereal before.
I love a good cereal.
They had a cereal sponsor before.
I did. I had a Magic Spoon sponsorship thanks to Stream Elements, and I made $80 American dollars because I used my fun fact. I used my own promo code. My honest review of Magic Spoon, because they don't. I'm not going to work with them again. Sorry. Fine. It is $10 a box for a small box, but if you were to compare it to other like health food cereals, it's comparable, but probably not as good. Like when I think of like organic cereal, it's that monkey. Yeah, it's this fucking monkey. It's this Nature's Path monkey. I'm sure that fucks. I've never had it.
Probably does.
But
the same stuff as like Cocoa Puffs.
But yeah, like this is probably $1 or $2 cheaper at your local grocery store. And if you want like a healthy cereal, the Nature's Path is probably the brand you'd want to go to. The other one,
But if it wasn't as expensive, if it was like $3 less,
yeah, get
then
this.
that would be absolutely go-to.
$7-8. Get this. If you have,
I'm not paying.
If you're paying $8 for cereal, just get that.
How big is the box? 400.
That's a 400-gram box, yeah. It's granola though, so it's like, it's dense.
So it's pretty. We have 340-gram boxes of fucking KD from Costco.
Yeah.
Like a box will feed 3 people easy.
Like these are 100-gram boxes.
Christ.
100, 200-gram boxes.
Serving.
I have
just one serving.
I know it's so like airy.
Maybe not based on on the bottom left of the images there.
Yeah, 7 ounces net weight.
Like the bottom left image with the nutritional facts there.
How
much does it say serving is?
Uh
22 grams?
36, 37, 38 average serving.
36 grams. So technically
about 5
serving.
per containing.
But that's how many cups?
5 cups.
The serving is 5 cups.
No, a serving is 1 cup. It has 5 cups.
Jeez. Oh my god. That's
It's a scam. Like, sorry.
It is absolutely a scam.
Do I have my webcam set up on this? No, hold on. I had cereal. Yereals. I have my Magic Spoon bowl. It is genuinely, like it says Magic Spoon on the bottom. It's hard to see. This is silicone.
It's a neat bowl.
I like the bowl. I wish they sold this on its own. You can only get it with a package of cereal. It comes with like, I'm autistic. This is the perfect cereal spoon. When I talk about
You and I
spoon
have-
size,
Oh, fucking let's get autistic with spoons. Right now.
oh hey Marcia, I'm talking about how this cereal is a scam, and but I like their bowl. I wish they sold this standalone. I will say though, like the way I describe it is, I say that it's good for a health cereal because like it tastes sugar free.
I don't think that's something that you want.
No, it definitely, it has a distinct flavor of like, it is the diet soda of cereal. But if like you can handle a diet soda cereal, it's good. Their cinnamon was surprisingly good. They had a cinnamon bun, and their peanut butter was really good. The chocolate, or it was more like cocoa is how they describe it. The chocolate is dark chocolate, and it's a little off-putting if you're not used to dark chocolate, but it was pretty good. And the cookies and cream was also decent, but it's not. God, how much was a box of 4 boxes? Let's go to their website. We're doing this now. Oh, they have granola now. Okay. My phone's in the way of the cookies. I haven't tried their cereal bars, but I'm sure it's about the same. Yeah, 6-pack is $50 American.
God damn. $9 a box.
Yeah. $9 a box.
Awful. And they try to they try to break it down as $1.50 a serving. $1.80 a serving or some shit.
You subscribe. You get a shipment of Magic Spoon every month for $44 a month. I want to see, like, I'm not actually going to buy it. I want to see if they have yeah. The bowl itself is like $20. They could easily just sell the bowl on its own, and I'd happily tell people about it. Like, that's the thing you'd want to get. But no, it only comes in as a package if you buy a thing. Maybe, hold on. Can I get a smaller thing? Can I just get a box? Maple waffle was really good as well. That was one of the samples I had. 1 box.
1 case of 4 boxes, it looks like.
1 case of 4 boxes for $40.
Yeah, $10 a box. That's $10 for a box of what? 100 gram, 200 gram.
Yeah,
box of cereal.
They're trying to justify it.
Worth it.
I guess if you have like extreme dietary needs, because this shit is like.
Even then, it shouldn't cost that much. It's fucking cereal. It's fucking cereal.
Let's go to
It
Walmart.
cannot cost that much to
Sorry, chat. We're going to
cereal.
Walmart. Get in the car. We're going to Walmart.
Just a box of Life.
Box of Life. Box of Life. $5. $5.
$5 for
450 grams.
50 grams.
This, yeah, we're not even talking bulk, right? If we want to save money,
No, it's half the price for over twice as much.
Does Costco have a website?
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm comfortable getting cookies from Costco.
Oh, Costco cookies are fine. Like the actual cookies. Good.
Yeah, like, okay. So for the same price, you can get a crate of Frosted Flakes.
Honey Nut Cheerios.
Honey Nut Cheerios. Yeah. That's a 2-pack.
$8.99.
It's a 2-pack.
$8.99.
1.5 kilograms. That's going to be a month of cereal. Oh, you can do Instacart? Do they need... Okay, that's actually a fair question. Do I need a Costco membership to Instacart Costco?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure like Instacart will provide the shopper with a Costco membership. And then
this isn't sponsored, but that's actually pretty sweet.
You can buy stuff from Costco without needing a Costco membership if you use... What the fuck? 1 star? 1 star review on Honey Nut Cheerios?
They didn't send what I ordered. They sent honey and nuts.
Honey, nuts, and Cheerios. 3 separate products.
I said 3
Not my
separate
Honey Nut
things.
Cheerios.
I was still only charged $9.99, but I'm upset because it's not what I ordered.
Throw that shit in a crafting table, dipshit. It's not hard.
God.
But yeah, well, it's wild. Why, like that oatmeal crisp stuff?
Yeah. It's
How much
$5
for a box. $5 for how much?
400 grams.
400 grams. Again, twice as much for half the price.
Chocolate Cheerios fuck, by the way. I'm gonna say it way better than Nesquik. I think it's just a good combination of like the Cheerios have a better texture and a better chocolate flavor.
Yeah.
Honey Shreddies also aren't terrible if you can handle Shreddies. I know not everybody's a Shreddies enjoyer.
Haven't had in a while.
Have
Have you had the mini wheats? Like the early mini wheats?
No.
Oh shit. So they're obviously mini wheats.
Yeah,
but
there's like
had
a smaller one.
small
Yeah.
mini wheats. Micro wheats, as I would call them.
Yeah, like I've seen them in stores. I've debated them. They're
Early versions of them. They would make like the cocoa or like double chocolate ones.
Yeah.
And they had chocolate chips inside. Mini chocolate chips inside the mini wheats, and they were amazing. I think those were them.
Man. I love that in America they have to specify it's frosted. Like, I don't know if there's another kind. Is there unfrosted mini wheats?
There are, unfortunately, unfrosted mini wheats.
I know that. I mean, because there's Weetabix, which is what I think of when I think of, or not Weetabix. That's the brick. I've had these as a child. Sorry.
Yeah.
Go to hell.
not bread.
Go to hell and die. Go to jail. Criticized for suggesting fans serve cereal with baked beans. Isn't the world suffering enough? Oh, I think it's shredded wheat that I'm thinking of.
Awful.
Yeah. So that's wheats, right? There's mini wheats. This is wheats.
It's just wheats.
This is wheat.
Mega wheats.
Oh, that sucks. This is the worst image I've ever seen.
Oh, fried. No.
That'll add some
Lord,
flavor. Give it
no.
a char. Hi, dude.
Stop.
107-year-old man says secret to long life is shredded wheat. Okay. It looks like he's crying.
He probably is. He's alive just to spite the shredded wheat.
God. Also, fuck the mini cereal.
Yeah, we don't need that.
I've tried them. Like each of them. There's like the smaller corn balls. It's like the generic stuff that you'd get in like those licensed cereals. But
yeah, but they're just little tiny. They're like corn pops, but
they're so and they're so flavorless. Even like like they don't adhere the flavor. Because I had the mini Cinnamon Toast Crunch. It's the wrong like texture and everything, and the cinnamon sugar didn't stick at all. There's mini marshmallows with the Lucky Charms minis. They're not as good. Also, listen, this is how you know I'm a fucking cereal nerd. They're not technically marshmallows. They're referred to as Marbits.
Yeah, no, because they're not.
It's not literal marshmallow. Yeah.
I haven't had a freeze dried marshmallow, but I would imagine it's kind of like that.
These also fuck. Apple Cinnamon Cheerios.
No, I'm not a fan of those. The Crave cereal,
I
would buy if it wasn't a fucking Kellogg's product.
Cinegram, yes, you're right. Cinegram toast is the good shit. I wanted to rant about Crave. When I was going to see a movie at some point. I don't remember like which specific movie, but they were promoting Crave at my local theater, and they were handing out like free cereal boxes before people went into whatever movie. That's got to be a great audio experience, is listening to people open like mini travel boxes of cereal before a movie. But
I'm guessing it was a mess afterwards.
Probably, but also it was just, I hated it. It was too much.
You didn't like the cereal?
I think Crave is a good snack. I don't think it's a good cereal. Perhaps that's a harsh take.
No, it'd be a good dessert cereal.
Also, like, I wasn't crazy about the chocolate. I felt like the chocolate tasted off. You know how, like, British people describe American chocolate like vomit? I don't think it's that extreme. It has, like, an off taste. Like, it's not real. I'm also a hardcore Sugar Crisp defender. I think it's a good cereal.
Sugar Crisps are good.
I'm now just on Walmart's website browsing. Yeah, strawberry banana. That fucks.
Yeah.
Reese's Puffs is an all-time classic. I'll do a cereal tier list again. I did one last year.
Special K stuff, like old Special K with like what was it, like a chocolate?
Yeah.
K? If you know me, you'll know like chocolate cereal. Try it at the very least once.
Yeah.
For sure. If I like it, I'll keep buying it.
Yeah. This was pretty decent. I felt like the caramel flavor was a bit strong, but chocolate caramel crunch was pretty decent. I have not had a French toast crunch since childhood. If I'm buying a crunch, it's a cinnamon. But yeah, Reese's Puffs minis. It's not the same. You might think, oh, it's the same circle but smaller. It's not.
No.
They're a worse texture. Can I
Dino eggs.
I think about this a lot. Can I just get dinosaurs? No, you guys, French is a serious language. We have to respect it. Dinosaurs.
We have to respect it. O and E. Squish.
Sourced energy at source to fibers. 8 sachets. I did that a lot in school to piss off my French teacher. Is I would say it with no enunciation. Grau instant. Dino safes. Cassinade. Etadakmus.
Yeah, dino eggs were fun.
Can I just get the dino eggs on their own? No, this is how you... No, that's not what I want. That's too real. That's too real. Dino egg, oatmeal, just the eggs. Thank you. They have a website. Why am I
Oh, yeah.
surprised? Sorry, they had recipes. I thought there was going to be a dino egg recipe. I genuinely thought.
Just dino eggs.
Just dino eggs.
You probably gotta email Quaker. Say, hey, I'd like to order
just the eggs.
The dino eggs.
That's the dino eggs I remember. That's my president.
Yeah. Fuck.
Wait, there are recipes. No. Ugh.
Oh, those are like Rice Krispies.
Yeah, it's Rice Krispie treats. Where are you getting your Rice Krispies that they're this long? You see it, right? Like that doesn't
long crispy.
Well, now I have to see the recipe. What brand? What brand is this? It's so big. Are you getting big Rice Krispies? Nice. Dinosaur fizz drink. Is this a... This is a website for either a very kind mom making this stuff for her children or a very autistic adult. Lemon syrup, lemon juice, and soda. So it's an Italian soda, but is green. Okay. I fuck with it. Anyway, we got distracted. We were watching bad YouTube poops.
Stop. It's
By the way, Marcia, the Discord's open. You just want to jump in and hang out. That's up to you, though. You're doing a stream. I just saw you're streaming Marvel. Ah.
Dildo, C-O-L-C-C-T, and Bob.
Thank you for calling 1-800-CALL. Say your name. And hold.
1-800.
Asshole. Oh, the other quick thing I want to do. I'm grabbing this. I'm screenshotting this.
Oh, not today.
Old as seen on TV, yeah. I wanted to do something with it. Like, I wanted to make one that said as seen on VTuber Cringe. Because that's my claim to fame. I was called...
Wait, were you in a cringe comp?
No, not a cringe comp. I was subtweeted by the Twitter account VTuber Cringe because I said that white people can't experience racism.
Wow. Tell me how white you are without telling me how white you are.
The comet stones are coming.
I remember this.
Fuck the entire family. The Comet Stones on video cassette.
Like, I remember when it was like coming out in theaters.
Yeah.
It was so terrible.
No.
That's it.
Wednesday. Dylan's made mistakes before, but this one could cost him his cock.
I don't think you're worth the butt you're trying to crawl out of, pal.
His fake friends,
People who get high and play with guns aren't fine.
and maybe even his loud.
Heroin, no way, heroin,
No two. Then, the stars of 90210 host a brand new fuck party. I'm really mad to make love with you. Party of Fuck New Wednesday. Yay.
Yay.
Hello, Gene. My husband I love. vacation at Duke World, perhaps. Stuff from the Disney store is Disney stuff.
Now, get a world of TNT. Just spend $25 a month on long members.
Yeah, man. That's what a panic attack sounds like. Our
AKA AKA Bunk Hunter, Enforcer of Force. Lethal weapons.
Oh, it's a Shaq Fu ad. Sorry, I wanted to hear that again. Super poops.
It's great to finally be able to sit.
Yeah, no more mom. Then we get to do a little pitch. Oh,
Does something smell titty? Don't they know in the movies you never go in the movies?
The Fox Ween Bash is made stupid by Florida. Transportation Transpacific of Air. SU, the official fish of University of Yu-Gi-Oh! Florida.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Florida.
Also,
Yeah, man.
Remove sticks. It's beautifully for comfort.
Oh man, front wheel drive.
If you're
Oh boy,
make it the mom's.
Oh, it's a Mazda. That's the 626DX.
The side profile made me think Buick Century.
How much are these going for? See, that's the one I want. I want the 91. Look at that shit box. Look at this shit box. Yeah, all cars in the 90s really look the same. This is when it just started being square. Oh, it's the Figma code for Tears of the Kingdom Link. Man, this Mazda sucks.
Mazda doesn't even have a set of wheels.
I kind of love though that the Figma has an interchangeable piece for when you're doing the Ascension. You can make him come out of so many terrible places. Yeah, man, like 95 to like 2003, every car was identical. This was every car. This image.
We make affordable. Wow.
That's true. That's just literally true.
That is true.
That is literally what they did.
Yeah, and then Ford would rebadge. I mean, early
Yeah.
Mazdas, early Ford, like the Ford Ranger.
Yeah, the Ford Ranger is a
Used to
Mazda
be
truck.
a Mazda.
Yeah.
Used to be a Mazda truck, and then Mazda stopped building the truck, and then Ford kind of took over. And Mazda was like, "Hey, since we gave you our truck for so long, you're building your own truck now. We're gonna take that one and put Mazda badges on it and sell it as a Mazda."
They still do this though. The Tribute's an
They
Escape.
don't sell the tribute. Well, they don't sell the Tribute anymore.
No, well they don't. No.
Yeah, no, they did. They used to.
Like, yeah, no. They're just
When the-
rebadged. But
Yeah, but they still use, as far as I remember, like my Mazda 2 shares a lot of parts with the Ford Fiesta. The Mazda 3 would share a lot of parts with the Ford Focus.
Mm.
And then because the Mazda 5 was built on the same platform as the 3, 5 shared a lot of parts with the Ford Focus.
I'm still mad that we don't have 3 doors in North America.
Yeah.
Like,
Upsetting.
I
A
get it.
3-door tube would be
Like I like 3-door hatches. I understand that we're supposed to be a larger nation. That doesn't mean we necessarily want or need larger cars.
No. And everybody would be better off with smaller, compact cars.
Like when you think of compacts or like hatches in like true 3 doors, it's just the Smart, isn't it? That's the last one. The minis are big now.
I mean, the minis.
The mini's still
are-
3-door, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, the Mini Cooper is still 3-door, but then you have the Mini Countryman and the Mini Clubman.
And everyone just buys those
Yeah,
because they don't have
everyone buys
taste.
the Countryman. But honestly, the Countryman has been growing on me.
He's looking at me very angrily. It's like he's squinting.
Judging.
Yeah.
He's judging.
I like that better than the fucking... Every Mini I've seen lately, is it just standard? It comes with the Union Jack rear lights now?
Yes.
I hate that. I hate these. It looks
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah, I'll get those swapped out.
Yeah. But like, you know, it's a goofy little car.
Yeah.
Everyone I've heard who's driven one, it's like it's a little go-kart. It's fun.
They haven't driven a fucking Mazda yet.
Well, no. If they've got Mini
It's
Cooper money.
Not half. They've got Mini Cooper money. They don't need to. But on the same side of the coin, the Mazda has half the power.
Twice the weight.
Not twice the weight.
I know, I'm joking.
It is way less.
What, you've like an 06?
2011.
2011? 2011 Mazda 2. That is a Fiesta. Sorry, I know they it's literally a Fiesta when you see it in green.
Yeah.
And like, yeah, 5 doors are great, especially for a compact, for a hatchback. Like, it's nice to be able to get people places.
Yeah.
But I don't know. If I'm thinking about a practical day to day, I just want 3. 3?
3 for practical data day, like A to B.
Sorry, this fucks.
Commuter. Oh yeah,
That's a Panda. But like, oh, I love a square. I've probably went on these tangents before on my streams. I love a square, especially when it's ugly.
The Nissan Cube.
That's not square enough.
It is square, but it is a soft square.
Look at this.
It is
though.
a rounded square.
4x4.
Yeah, that's all anyone ever needs. Oh, what if I need to haul stuff? Put a roof rack on it.
Look at that
Full
fucking
little
lesbian
trailer.
flag. Are you serious? Oh, I love it. It's sold for $26,000.
Isn't that pan? The pardon, yellow and pink.
Yeah, but Pan's blue as well.
Blue.
I do love it. These are in America? People are importing them? I guess, right? They're of age.
Yeah. No, they were 25 years old 2 years ago,
Yeah, fair enough.
I think.
See, if
Four-
I was
4
like,
years ago.
fuck you, Rich, I'd get one of these. I'd get shitty old cars, but like mint condition. Look at
Yeah,
these, the headlight grills.
Yeah. Like this is the kind of things we would buy if we had money. Not
Yeah.
mansions and boats and shit.
Is this a raid 4x4? Is this a fucking cop car? What are you talking about?
Oh, Rally Raid.
Rally Raid, yeah. There's a van modification? That's kind of sick.
Yeah.
That rack, these window covers. This is sick as hell.
Yeah, that fucks.
That's the package, baby.
Oh, but I need a Jeep because Jeep things. No, get yourself a Fiat. You'll have twice as much fun.
I thought it was a cop car for a second because I thought like with the grills, I thought this was like a canine carrier.
Canine carrier, but the canine can poke his head through the pass through. You pet him.
Steyr, baby. They make guns. Sorry, you're off-roading in this.
Yeah. Oh, those are some rally tires.
They're rally tires, yeah. But what is that, like 8, 10 inches wide?
Probably a 185.
Oh, there's some cracking. That's going to affect the sales price. Oh, and it's on Steely's.
Wait. You see the tires? These tire size on there somewhere.
155/80.
155/80 are
79.
13.
13 inches.
Yeah, no. My Accent had 13-inch wheels.
Were they that thin?
Yeah. There's an 04 Hyundai Accent.
I mean, like, everything about this is pristine, but it still blows my mind that people manage to keep these from yellowing. Like, headlights yellow, so, yeah.
They're actual glass.
Yeah. I kind of love that. I kind of love the analogness. It's probably just, like, fucking a level bubble in there. Oh, man.
Very simple.
There's a beauty to it. There's a beauty to this.
Oh yeah.
I love this flight control shit. I just want to like nudge all of them.
Like big fucking levers.
Analog clock.
Travel.
That you have to wind. And when we when we got rid of universal stereo mounts, we ruined cars.
Yeah. And there's even, I know there's some companies that'll make like retro styled stereos, but with like Bluetooth capability, aux input, all that.
That's all anyone needs. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all you really need, especially if you want it to fit, and if you want it to look right, or even period correct in the car.
Oh yeah, this is USB as well. So aux USB. It's classic.
Bluetooth. But even that sort of stuff, like
well loved.
When people say modifying the car doesn't increase the value, the one modification I think that does actually increase the value is an aftermarket stereo.
Oh yeah.
But so long as you don't go overboard with it.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that the engine's small enough that you can fit the spare in the front.
Mm-hmm. Full size too.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's
okay. You say that. You say, "Oh well, the 13-inch wheels." Yeah. My Accent did not have a full size spare, and it was mounted in the under the trunk floor.
Well, that's because modern cars are cheap. They cut so many corners.
They could have put a Steely in there.
They
but
could
a
have
full size spare Steely.
I do also think it's interesting that they the raid setup doesn't go for it, but I would have imagined you'd want to do like a mounted spare just for the vibes, right?
I mean, you could, but like, where are they gonna mount it?
That's true. I just throw them up there. Throw them on the rack.
You could.
Put a V8 in it. Put a 2J.
God.
Oh, this is actually cool. Why don't more... I mean, there's a reason why no one knows how to do 360 pictures, but like, this is a cool feature.
Yeah, because Insta360s are expensive and shit.
Well, like, you can do it with your phone. God.
You know, it's complicated. Dude, I've tried taking a panoramic photo. It, it bugged out so many times. It's like, oh, you need to move your phone in a straight line. It's like, I'm fucking trying.
I mean, you attach these to the doors, or just the one. But I would absolutely get like a light strip or something.
Oh, the window visors?
Yeah. Just because, like,
I've got...
it's good visibility, but like, it's so clear, you know? There's also something to be said about a glove bucket.
Yeah, a glove box, but that just open permanently.
No box, just glove.
Yeah, no, it's just the simpleness of it.
Yeah.
There's a beauty.
You could throw some kids seats in the back.
I don't think you could.
No, you probably
Not
couldn't.
safely, anyway. Just throw the kids in the back. Just have them play around.
Ooh. Might want to get that.
Anyway.
You might want to get that remounted. But you know, that's not hard. Although those look like rivets. I don't know. You might be able to get away with a screw. It's also left hand, which I wasn't expecting because this is a Euro spec, isn't it?
Well, the only European countries that drive on the right are no longer European countries.
This is 99.
And then there's Japan.
All right, what's this guy selling? An F12. I don't think you can. I'm pretty sure if you try to... I'm pretty sure if you try to secondhand sell Ferraris, that's like, they get on you, don't they? Hello?
I think.
Hello?
There we go.
It's got rattan driving seats. Damn, you can just pick up and drive your grandma's patio. I kind of love it. It looks like a Hot Wheels car.
This is absolutely something that should be in like GTA.
JFK rode in this, he'd be fine.
It's got a room.
He's got room to move around. He can dodge. God, imagine bringing this in for reupholstery. Like, hey, you got a guy who knows the rattan?
No, you gotta take it to a fucking Home Depot, the garden center.
Take it to the garden center. Mid-engine, baby.
That is between your wicker seats.
It'll be warm. It comes with seat warming. It's the future.
It'll be warm.
Spiagetta. That's not a real car.
Scroll up a bit. I thought I saw something interesting up top. Below the F12.
It's a Jeep.
Oh, it's just a fucking Wrangler.
It's just a Wrangler.
It looked weird with that white bar across it.
It had like some body kit. Ooh. Wedge. 235,000 euro for a green wedge. It's Maserati, so it probably won't leave the front yard.
No.
But it's pretty. Man. looks like new, or at least not new, but like upgraded. Like that's probably not stock exhaust or stock springs. I want to see some. Is there any interiors? Because I'm seeing like a cream leather. There we go. Okay. Oh, that gas cap.
Ooh, here we go. Okay.
Like those rims.
Mm-hmm.
Burton.
Burton. You've played GTA 5 before, right?
Yeah, this is like the Toreador,
It's that
right?
new, yeah, the new thing that fucks with everyone.
Yeah.
You remember the Canis Kalahari, right?
Vaguely. There's the spare. Not even full size. Oh, it's got a door. That's cute.
Yeah.
There we go. Some nice buckets. The wood wheel.
That tan, green exterior with the tan interior.
That's what you want.
It's a great color combo.
What's good it has that?
Oh, it probably got raced at one point.
Maybe. I don't know who those back seats are for. People you don't like.
Insurance. It's for the insurance company.
No, yeah, my car can take 4 people. You sure, man? Yeah, I can fit you guys back there. I think we'll just Uber, buddy. You sure? God, that wood. There's something about the screws in the wood there, like the park. Stop. Defroster. Oh man. I miss buttons. I miss buttons and knobs and switches.
Yeah.
And clicky things. Like this probably sounds like dog shit, but it looks cool.
Yeah. Like from work, I've managed, because my job is to service batteries.
Yeah.
Like forklift batteries and the chargers of which. Some of the chargers, they're just gone beyond repair. They don't make parts for them anymore. So at which point we'll just, take them from whoever the fuck is like, hey, my charger doesn't work. Like, okay, we'll take this as credit, get you a discount on a new charger.
Right.
And then we take it to scrap, get a little bit of money for the scrap material, and then it gets recycled. Right. But sometimes I will salvage parts from like some like needless parts.
Yeah.
Like
hey, Hatchet.
buttons.
Chat's open if you want to jump in. I'm just we went on a tangent about cars. And so now I'm looking at cars on the seller's website. Hold on. I need to show new people in chat the fucking grandma's porch car.
Yeah.
It's got
a patio.
It's got rattan seating. I want her. I don't know about the safety rating on that. I don't think there's airbags.
She could fix me. I don't think it's gonna get up to speeds at which you would need airbags.
It goes up to 120 apparently. Allegedly.
No, with rope doors. I don't think.
Yeah, I didn't even realize.
I don't think you're getting up too quick.
Okay, so that's like the engine, right?
80 might be top speed.
Is that the coolant cap then?
I don't know. It might be reservoir.
Maybe
like brake fluid or something.
Yeah, it's got to be engine related.
I don't think it's a drink dispenser.
Yeah, because I don't see. There's your air filter.
There's
I
your
don't.
coolant.
Yeah, that's coolant. Okay, so that's got to be brake fluid. Maybe you're right. Because yeah, that's going down. It is pretty.
This is absolutely gorgeous.
62.
Goofy as all hell.
I want to see if it came in other colors. Like it seems like the best example is this website's. Hang on, it's not the same car. That's a 11000, but like that's such a pretty. This is AI, isn't it? Oh, somebody photoshopped.
No?
Oh, it's custom. Huh? Yo! Sorry, we were just talking about this. Somebody's electric converting the Panda 4x4s. Oh. Okay, how much? Sorry, is this website running Flash? Oh god, it might be. This is that Web 3.0 the nerds keep talking about. Optional conditioner and power steering. Colors. Let's get it in teal. Matched rims. Oh, let's do a... Yeah. Alcantara. White interior. I'm going to regret that.
Fucking white Alcantara.
White Alcantara, baby.
Oh my god. You better, like, deep clean everything that touches that every time you get in the car.
Okay, so you can get the classic grills. Let's just stick with the vintage. LED bars. That's obnoxious as hell. That's gonna piss everybody off.
Oh, that is totally, like, you're taking that overlanding.
Ski rack. Wicker basket. Okay. Spare. See, that's...
Welcome back, Forza Horizon 5.
Rally lights and bull bar? Wouldn't it make sense to mount it onto the bar?
It would. It would make sense to mount them, like...
Let's just do the lights. Okay. So we're looking at 56.5
Euro. Probably about 60 grand.
I also don't know if they require the base car. If I have to provide the Panda.
I don't know. It probably says in the description there.
Because they do like bespoke stuff. The 500 Spiagina. Oh, it's electric as well. There we go. Drive it with maximum performance. So why I don't know if I trust an electric car with wicker seats. Imagine feeling all that torque in a wicker seat.
I mean, it's probably got a fucking washing machine motor. So.
I mean, yeah, it is a 500. It's pretty though.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so yeah, okay. Optionals. Like as fancy as everything is. Oh, that's cute. As fancy as everything is, those are like AliExpress buttons.
Speaking of buttons.
Has
the
seatbelts
charges we scrap. The charges we scrap. I yanked a like a nice clicky stop button out of one of them. Like it is super like chiclet type keys and shit. Like
Oh yeah.
it just feels good to press.
Oh, so they had some custom made already. So 78,000. Oh, you can pick the color of the wicker. This green and black is actually quite nice. Huh.
Huh.
Anyway. I pulled up some other links. I'm not going to sit here on this website forever, but this is goofy as hell, and I kind of love it. I just wanted to look at this RZ. I'm built like this car. My ass is like this. I do love the rotary dial rims.
Yeah, Alpha was. I mean, those were, I think, just default Alpha wheels.
Yeah.
For a
Oh my
while.
god. These are anti-fat people seats.
Yeah, they're bucket seats.
Not just buckets, but like specific, like that right there. That's gonna dig right into your sides.
Yeah.
Neat. It is clean, except for that.
One of the only Zagato design cars that I actually like don't mind.
Mm.
Along with an Alpine A110 Zagato design.
Let me check that one.
Everything else, I really don't like.
Oh, this is like the newer one?
Yeah.
Huh. It's an interesting body kit. Very long
Yeah,
tail.
that long tail is removable as well.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's it without the long tail.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck you, removes your ass.
Alpines are like hobby racing cars, aren't they?
I mean, they're not really hobby racing cars, but they're sports cars for people who can afford a higher end sports car. Like if you have the money to buy like a Supra,
yeah,
you might have the money to buy an Alpine A110.
Anyway, we went on this tangent because of this stupid joke.
Make it the mom's Oz. Go see your mom or you saw it. We make affordable. Wow.
Because we went on talking about how like Ford owned Mazda and there was a bunch of rebadges. We just searched cars.
Ford owned Mazda.
Didn't they?
No, you're searching it.
Ford does not own Thanks, AI. That's not who I asked.
Fuck you, AI. That's not what we're asking.
They branched away.
I don't think they were
Ford
owned
used
by-
to.
Uh,
So it was a 90s thing. I think it is.
Yeah. Well, not just a 90s thing, like 80s as well, because they were making
the
Ford Courier.
Yeah. Yeah, they did also famously own Aston and then just started stealing the grill and putting it on everything.
The designer I think he went from Aston to Ford.
It had a longer relationship, dating as far back as 69. Nice.
Nice.
They collaborated on transmissions. And then 79, Ford bought shares. By 1996, they owned enough stock to control it. Focus, Escort, and Explorer, and the Volvo S40 carried Mazda stuff. Okay. And yeah, they bought Rivian. That's probably why they suck now.
I mean, they're big, stupid electric vehicles.
I'd rather a Rivian truck than a Cybertruck.
Yeah, but I'd also rather a Ford Maverick than a Rivian.
Or even sticking with electrics, the Ford Lightning.
No.
Really?
Really, they're too big. I'd rather somebody rocking a 1980s Nissan hardbody than a fucking Ford Lightning.
No, yeah, fair.
It's just the vehicles need to get smaller.
Same. Oh, it's a thing!
Yeah.
Everyone's favorite car, the thing.
Certainly has. He's got that thing on him.
He's got that thing on him.
I'm working here. Don't remind me. Can you take it, shifter? Yes, the copper top. Stop the cop.
An avalanche leaves 4 people dead. Gross.
There's something so beautiful about that simplicity. Makes 4 people dead. Gross.
Avalanche leaves 4 people dead. Gross. The real terror is David Hasselhoff. Might has is just deadly.
Get your daughter off my hands. Oh, damn falls in there.
Avalanche. World War II.
Avalanche.
One of these.
I want to know. Is it good?
It was a made for TV movie then. Maybe not.
Oh, wrong one. Oh, it's a remake. 1999. That's not it. Avalanche TV movie. $1994. Thanks. I'm sure the Colorado Avalanche did well against the Winnipeg Jets. That is not what I asked.
Probably fucking did.
11% on Rotten Tomatoes. He's a murderous thief. When he jumps out of his plane, it crashes into the Rockies and produces an avalanche. Quiet family trapped inside their house will rescue him. Okay. David Hasselhoff goes bad. Okay. It doesn't look like a good movie.
No.
But also, it doesn't look like it's bad enough to be funny. I did see a movie recently that was bad enough to be funny, which is Disco Godfather. I've talked about it before with you when I said that this guy looks like Black Panther.
Oh, absolutely.
For people who don't know, chat.
Right. I remember.
That's Black Panther, the YouTuber.
Oh, what Trevor Noah?
And a little bit. You can see some Trevor Noah in there. Yeah. Yeah.
A little bit.
Anyway, he's the main villain. From this image, Keith David. What? I don't know if that's racism or if he was actually in this movie. No, I don't think he's in this image, Google.
When was? No. Wait, when was Disco? 1979.
1979. All right. Well, let's look at the IMDb. Can we fact check this? You know, it's a good sign when most of the cast don't have pictures. All right. Let's. KI. Club patron uncredited. So he was in it. He was in the club. So he's in there somewhere.
Huh.
Let's meet and greet the Disco Godfather!
So this man kung fu kicks people to make them stop doing PCP. That's the whole movie.
Wow.
There's also a lot of scenes of people doing PCP
Mm-hmm.
where they start hallucinating like these terrifying ghost women.
Huh.
It's interesting.
All right. Put your weight on it. Put your weight on it. Put your weight on it.
Put your weight on it, baby.
You got your mind on the one and your ass on the loose. Come on, get lucky in here. Shoot the juice to the fruit. From the north to the south, from coast to coast. The Godfather here is gonna give you folks. Disco Godfather. Gotta get rid of everything. I'm a restricted businessman in this community. Talk! Who sent you?
Anyway, yeah. It's from the legendary director J. Robert Wagner.
Whomst?
Don't worry about it.
I don't think I've ever heard that name.
He's the writer and director of Disco Godfather. Oh, it was Rudy Ray Moore. That's who I was thinking of. That's the man starring. Rudy Ray Moore was like at the core of blaxploitation. He was in Dolomite. He's done a lot of fucking movies. Anyway.
Cups will be tight, but sandwiches will surprise you.
I know now.
Sandwiches do surprise me.
Brand new plate rose melts. Then you're gonna see about 45 dudes.
You're gonna see about 45 dudes.
Dead, and the Simpsons are dead. Next.
First thing you gotta remember about Disney World is to pace yourself by lunchtime. Number 2, don't ride Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. Number 3, use goofy as fit.
0141407411007W407WW07 and make me come.
You're gonna love Disney World. It really kicks you.
When the going gets tough, Kelly quit.
But tough fuck off.
I'm your new sex.
Monday at 6:30. Fuck no.
Your doctor might be confused
Fuck
by
no.
aspirin. Your doctor might be confused by pain. Your doctor might be confused by all that comes into your stomach. But your doctor claims he's a doctor. Your doctor is so greasy. Your doctor won't leave. Your doctor is so hostile. The choice is clear. Choose a different doctor.
Yeah.
What if I
God. Tail gets haunted by a puppet. Where's my notepad? I made a list. I wanted to watch a Tecmone.
Ooh.
There's a new oscilloscope music thing that dropped, and that shit blows my mind.
About a week or so ago, I received an email from one of the duo responsible for the oscilloscope music, which I'd featured previously on this channel. He wanted to know if I'd be interested in receiving their new EP, and I very much was, because I enjoyed having a look at the original oscilloscope music, and it had been quite a while since then. In fact, it was 8 years ago that I made that first video about it, and it ended up getting about 2 million views. It introduced their work to a much wider audience, so I really did want to see what they came up with next. So
I haven't watched this dude in a bit.
now,
his set has gotten way nicer.
talking about when I refer to oscilloscope
Yeah.
music, well, I'm sure you're aware that if you make a noise into an oscilloscope,
He also looks
you'll
good with a
get
beard.
representation of that showing on the screen. In fact, this is how it sees my voice, and if I were to whistle at the right pitch, I might be able to get this to display a ring. But if you send some more controlled sound into it, you can get it to show a heck of a lot more than that. Using the stereo output from a suitable audio source connected up to the X and Y inputs, with the right sounds, you can draw shapes on the screen.
Dopest shit in the world.
The audio that draws these shapes sounds like a buzz, or at least the frequencies that we can hear do. The audio goes beyond the range of human hearing. Now, if you're clever, as well as getting those buzzes to draw...
Sorry, that just made me realize you probably play this for a dog and they'd hate you.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Sure, Ghosty would love it.
Yeah.
All the images, you can vary them to produce a kind of rhythmic electronic music to accompany the visuals, and this is where Jerobeam Feddersen and Hamsy 3D come in with their new EP. It contains half an hour of audio, and of course there's the accompanying visuals, which are generated by the audio. Now, whilst I waited for my package containing the EP to turn up, I thought it'd be a good idea to retrieve my oscilloscope from my locker in readiness to make sure it was working and get everything set up. In the meantime, though, they sent over a download link for WAV files of the 5 tracks that make up the EP, so I connected up the headphone outputs from my laptop to the scope and pressed play.
It fucks.
I noticed that the visuals are quite a bit different to before. There's more of an organic theme here of shapes and movement producing an experience rather than just drawing recognisable objects. Last time around it was a stick man on a bike riding through mountains and rotating cubes or a bouncing ball. It was a kind of look at what we can do, but this time seems more of a planned experience. Now, the more I viewed it, I did seem to feel that some of the visuals weren't quite displaying properly on my scope. You might remember that last time I was having some issues with double lines and jerkiness when I compared them against the reference videos that have been provided for the same tracks. Well, this time it seems like they've upped the complexity of the visuals, and my setup is unable to keep up. They put a couple of videos on YouTube of the tracks being played, and these look a heck of a lot cleaner and more stable to the ones that I'm getting with my equipment. But it was at this point that the package turned up, and I was surprised to find it contains the whole EP on one 3.5-inch floppy.
Fuck yeah.
Now, you might have encountered artists in the past who've released their music on a floppy disk as a bit of a novelty collectible, but the way they've got the music on there is by having it at a very low bit rate. It's certainly not high quality audio, and high quality audio is what's needed for the oscilloscope music. It needs really high quality so it can get the full audio onto the oscilloscope, the audio beyond the level of the human hearing. I mean, we're talking uncompressed WAV files. The 5 tracks, when I downloaded them, they took up 1.4 gigabytes. certainly not going to fit on a floppy disk. So how have they managed to get that on here? The full EP is on here. And in fact, it's on here twice because there's an executable, a program for Windows and one for Mac. It's just a simple matter, a double click in that, and you can play the whole thing. The executable not only generates the audio, but it also has the visualizer, the effectively oscilloscope emulator to display the output on the screen.
Huh.
You've got an interface in there. You can change the color of the display as well. And on the PC, all of that is fit into an exe file of 160K.
I love people. I love that we just make shit like this.
The program, as it's running, is outputting the audio. So you can take the headphone output from your computer, you can put that into an oscilloscope, and you're going to get the same results as if you'd have put those WAV files through some audio player into your scope as well. In fact, because this program is effectively giving the best version of the audio, it's not going through any other kind of chains, it's coming straight out of the program. I thought it was a good idea to try and have a look on my oscilloscope what the difference in quality was between the reference demonstration, which is coming out of the software, and what ends up coming out of my scope once it's listened to the headphone output. Whilst on the whole, the images shown on the oscilloscope do a pretty good job of following those that are shown on the laptop screen, occasionally the two things can be quite a bit different. It's particularly noticeable on track 2, where there's supposed to be a line that scans across the width of the screen, revealing circles. However, on the oscilloscope, that line just hangs around in the centre. Now, I remember last time that the results I was getting on the oscilloscope didn't match up to the reference videos that have been uploaded to the website. And I was putting that down to the fact that my audio interface wasn't really good enough. It wasn't running at a high enough kilohertz. It was missing off some of the information. Therefore, I was getting weird artifacts like ghosting and jitters on the display. But this time I thought, well, I've got these WAV files. I'm going to put them into my various different high-res audio players. And I'm going to try each one to see if any of them are capable of producing sufficient frequency range to enable the oscilloscope to display the image properly. Okay, so just to show what we're hoping to get here, you can see this axis drawn on the screen. It remains in a fixed position in the middle, and then we've got this wavy line that's plotted on it, and that's just a single line. And then on this scene, we see these parallel lines moving across the width of the screen. Okay, so with the WAV file being played by a Podo, that axis jumps around whenever the line on it is redrawn, and the wavy line tends to double up at times as well. And those parallel lines, well, they don't show up. We just get that one down the centre of the screen again. So moving on to a different player, the results here are pretty much identical. Remember, these are all high-res audio players, supposedly, using the full resolution downloaded WAV files. And then finally, I've got my Sony PCM recorder, which again is a very accomplished piece of equipment. It can record and play audio as good as any human could need it to, but it's still not good enough for this scope music. It produces the same results as those other players. So since none of my audio devices are capable of producing the desired results, I then started thinking, well, maybe the problem isn't at that end. Maybe it's with the oscilloscope. I mean, it's an old device, no doubt various components in it have fallen out of spec over the years, and perhaps it's just not capable of keeping up with the visuals that are required. Maybe it never was when it was new. It wasn't really designed for this purpose. Fortunately, the software is able to produce a calibration image. So you can get that to display on the computer. You can then get the audio from it to be sent out to your scope and see how those two things compare. And you can see here the results on the scope are more like a Salvador Dali interpretation of that original calibration pattern.
Huh.
Yeah, so perhaps the
kind of
Tektronix
fucked up.
is just not up to the job. It can't keep up with the audio. It can't resolve the images as they were intended to be displayed. What I could really do with is having another oscilloscope to compare those results against. And fortunately, I do have another oscilloscope. It's in the hi-fi rack. So I took the laptop, connected the headphone output into that.
He just
and
has
here's
another.
The results.
Through the magic
And
of
to
owning
me,
two of them.
that looks pretty
Yeah.
much the same as what was coming out on the Tektronix screen. So that then got me thinking that maybe I do need a higher quality audio. And it's no use using the headphone output on the laptop because that's going to be much the same as the audio output on all those high-res audio devices. It's geared up for what the human ear can hear. We need it to go beyond there. So I thought I'll buy a couple of higher quality DACs, digital to analog converters, ones that claim to be able to go up to much higher frequencies. So here's how I got on with those. Okay, so this one's being sold as a 192 kilohertz 24-bit DAC, and it cost around about £12. And the results it produces are no different to the regular headphone output. So moving up market, this one costs £30. Apparently, it's a 32-bit 384 kilohertz DAC, but again, there's no.
I wouldn't. They're just DACs that are just a USB to a headphone jack. That's nothing.
Yeah. No, that's literally just a USB to 3.5 millimeter.
And that's how they upsell you on it. It's like, oh, it's got audio processing. No, it's a headphone jack.
Discernible difference in the image that's displayed on that scope. Now, only the more expensive of the two would work properly with the PC, but again, it made no difference at all. I do intend to play around with this a little bit more to see if I can.
It does look
improve
kind
the
of cool,
results
fucked
I'm
up
getting
though.
on my real oscilloscope screen. But as far as the experimentation goes for this video, I'm going to leave it here. Okay, so I'm sure you can appreciate from that the amount of time and effort and messing around that I've been going through to try and get these images to show properly on an oscilloscope screen. It's not the kind of thing that most people are prepared to go through, and that is exactly why they've come out with the executable that enables people with a Windows or a Mac computer just to run a piece of software and watch the whole 30-minute audio-visual experience in full quality. And that is probably the best way for most people to go. You can still, of course, take the audio from that, pipe it off and try and run it through an oscilloscope if you've got one, but most people probably don't have one of those lying around ready. So this really does open it up to a whole new audience. And if you want to know more about this, go to oscilloscopemusic.com. And it's not the kind of thing that will appeal to a massive audience, but the kind of people who used to watch demos on like Commodore 64s and Amigas, the demo scene stuff, where it was people who were constrained with a limited amount of resources and they were trying to produce the most impressive thing possible within that. And if you could appreciate that kind of stuff, I think you'd appreciate this as well. Anyway, that's it for the moment. As always.
It does remind me of the... Yeah, this is the 40-minute video on audio trackers. I don't know if we're ready to sit through that. I am.
I mean, if you want.
Yeah, fuck it. Xbox I'll Play Fucks. One of my favorite YouTube channels. Also, everyone knew this one, I assume. This fucking keygen music. When you tried to pirate Sony Vegas or Photoshop.
If you've ever pirated any software, and I know you have, then you might be familiar with keygens. They are small applications designed with only two functions. The first is to deliver a serial number for your ill-gotten program, and the second is to play some fantastic music. The question is, why? Why does software piracy have such a great soundtrack? Where does this music come from? And how's it made? The answer is something called the tracker. Trackers are a way of creating music on a computer that dates to the early 16-bit era, and there's a lot more to them than just keygen music. Let me take you back to around 1984. It is the dawn of 16-bit computing. Apple released the Macintosh this year. IBM, the 286-based PC-AT. By 1985, the Atari ST and Commodore Amiga were available as well. These were all 16-bit machines, and they all boasted superior capabilities to 8-bit micros like the Commodore 64 and ZX Spectrum.
Let's hear it for the boy.
They were faster, with higher resolution graphics, more RAM, more storage. Overall, a big step up. But perhaps one area in which these new machines were lacking was sound. IBM's were designed for an office environment, and the best they could manage at the time was the PC speaker. Harsh 1-bit tones. The Macintosh was great for desktop publishing, with a superb graphical user interface and high-resolution monochrome display. But its sound was underwhelming. A single channel governed by the video signal and heavy on the CPU. The Atari ST was better in that it had a dedicated sound chip, the Yamaha YM2149. It had 3 tone channels with a noise generator, which was better than the Mac or PC, but still very much of the 8-bit era. The MSX and 128K ZX Spectrum had the same chip, and the Commodore 64 SID was far superior. The ST also came equipped with MIDI ports as standard, which did mean it found a niche in music production. Cubase got its start here, for instance. But as far as native audio is concerned, these machines didn't bring anything new. Sound was a bit of an afterthought.
I want that font.
Later upgrades and expansions. AdLib and Sound Blaster cards for the PC arrived by the end of the decade, and later Macintoshes and the Atari ST-E brought comparable upgrades to these platforms' sound. But in 1985, there was only one exception. I've said it before, but the Amiga was a bit of a multimedia powerhouse. And unlike its rivals, it had sound capability worthy of a new generation. It had a custom chip called Paula, responsible for the ports, audio, UART, and logic. And it was capable of 4 channels of 8-bit PCM audio, reading sound data direct from memory without taxing the CPU. By modern standards, this is unremarkable. But for 1985, it was pretty revolutionary. Having such capabilities is one thing. Exploiting them is another entirely. Upon its release, the Amiga had a desperate need for audio software, and Commodore were ill-equipped to supply it. They had planned a suite of productivity software for launch, but only a text editor and art package made it to release. TextCraft and GraphicCraft. There was a music application planned, predictably called MusicCraft, but it wasn't finished and never saw the light of day. A company called Aegis bought the rights to MusicCraft, however, and developed the software further, eventually releasing it as Sonix in 1986. Check out the box art. How vaporwave is that? Anyway, it was quite ambitious, incorporating a software synthesizer with a sequencer. Everything is represented with full musical score, keys and time signatures, so if you know music, it's a fairly natural environment to work with. The synthesizer is neat, perhaps not the easiest thing to use. While it can generate some interesting sounds, it's primitive. It has quite a synthetic character. Sonix did see some use by early Amiga musicians. There are a few music discs that use the format, but it was quickly replaced by better alternatives over the next couple of years. Also releasing in 1986, Electronic Arts ported Will Harvey's earlier music construction set to the Macintosh and Amiga, and this new version was called Deluxe Music Construction Set.
EA used to be cool.
It lacked a programmable synthesizer, but offered a full MIDI-compliant set of instruments, and had a similar notation-based interface to Sonix. Driven by a window-based GUI, you could drag notes where you wanted them on the staves. Both Sonix and Deluxe Music Construction Set were welcome introductions for those wanting to make music with the Amiga in 1986. But they were far from a perfect solution. Their interfaces were clumsy, sacrificing speed and ease of use for traditional notation. The sounds they produced weren't exactly spectacular either. These early music packages had a critical flaw. They were designed for musicians. This doesn't seem like a bad thing on the face of it, but making music on these early machines was a two-part problem. First is creation, which these programs covered, but the second is playback. To be useful, you need to integrate closely with the sound hardware. You need to expose the potential of the machine directly, instead of trying to adapt it to a more conventional music format. To accomplish this, you need a different approach.
You need a gun.
Most early computer musicians were programmers first, musicians second. Effectively, they were directly instructing the sound hardware and developed custom tools and playback routines for that purpose. One example from 1986 is Chris Hulsbeck's Sound Monitor for the Commodore 64. It was released as a type-in program in German magazine Wir und Sexiger. Enter 5 full pages of hexadecimal data without making a mistake, and a very capable piece of music software was your reward. Sound Monitor was not particularly easy to use, certainly not for beginners, but behind its spreadsheet-like interface lay the power of the Commodore 64's SID. And with a little expertise, you could make it do incredible things. It was to music editing what Vim is to text editors. Obtuse, inscrutable, but in the right hands, extremely powerful. Not only...
I just love that, like, going back, I love that there is just a magazine that published a line of code. It's like, write it in your computer. It'll make software, trust me. It's not gonna leak all your information on the internet. I'm gonna sneeze. I didn't sneeze.
Could you arrange notes, but you could shape their sound with envelopes, filters, pulse width modulation, vibrato. A far cry from simple beeps. There was also an arpeggio feature. With the SID's 3-voice limitation, chords were quite challenging. With an arpeggio, you could play the chord notes in a very rapid succession, giving an acoustic impression of the chord. It wasn't a perfect rendition, but only occupied a single channel. And these arpeggiated chords have a very distinct sound, one very typical of SID music. Hulsbeck's music for the Commodore 64 was used in a number of commercial games, and his work remains very well regarded. Sound Monitor served as a starting point for many other computer musicians, and the program inspired clones, such as Rock Monitor. It would also prove influential on other platforms, most notably in tandem with the new potential of the Commodore Amiga. At some point in 1986, a German programmer and computer musician named Carsten Abarski bought himself a new Amiga 1000. A friend of his was working on a game, and he asked Carsten if he could help with the soundtrack. Having dabbled a little with the Amiga sound hardware, he obliged, and by mid-1987, he had finished the first version of his music software. It was called the Ultimate Sound Tracker, although really it was the first of its type, the very first tracker. Abarski took much inspiration from the Commodore 64's Sound Monitor. It retained
That's probably where the name comes from.
Spreadsheet-like editor, only instead of being tailored to the SID, the Ultimate Sound Tracker exposed the potential of the Amiga's Paula. Abarski used his new program to write the soundtrack for a number of games from Reline Software, Arkanoid clone Amagas, and its follow-up, Crystal Hammer. He also worked with publisher EAS Computer Technic, providing the music for Rally Master. EAS showed interest in marketing the Ultimate Sound Tracker, and it was released as a commercial product in December 1987. Now at version 1.21, the Ultimate Sound Tracker was ready to hit the mainstream. The software shipped on 2 discs. The first, labeled ST00, which contained the program, and ST01, which contained the samples. You could use up to 15 sampled instruments across 4 channels. Songs were divided into patterns, which had 64 rows of note data each, and these patterns could be arranged and repeated if necessary. The bottom of the screen was occupied by the pattern editor, split into the 4 separate channels. Headings at the top suggested the channel role, melody, accompaniment, bass, percussion, but these were just suggestions, and samples could be triggered any way you liked. The note data looks a little daunting at first. It's an array of hexadecimal. The first 3 columns indicate the note and octave, and the other 4 are used for the instrument, commands, and parameters. The first column was the sample ID. The next could specify a command, arpeggio, portamento, modulation, etc. And the last 2 provide the parameters for that command. Program status was communicated through the color of the cursor. Grey was ready, blue for pattern editing, purple was for editing text fields, green for loading, yellow for playback, and red for errors. Its interface was idiosyncratic, to say the least, and its hardware demands quite specific. It needed 2 drives, used a German key map, and would only work with Kickstart 1.2. For example, if you wanted to load a song, you had to type the file name into the song name field, press return, click the load song button, then press the L key to start loading. Your sample disk had to be in the second drive, otherwise the program would hang. In fact, the program was plagued with bugs, and if you weren't careful, it was easy to lose your work. There was clear potential in Soundtracker, but its temperamental
There's
nature
something
made it
beautiful about old
frustrating to work
computers.
with. One of Soundtracker's strengths was its sample disk, ST01. Samples are key to the operation of a tracker. Without them, there's no sound. Karsten's sample disk contained a good selection of digitized sounds, 126 in total, which he recorded from his synthesizers. They provided a great starting point for musicians, and while you could use any samples you wanted, this bank proved extremely popular for years afterwards. Some came from a Roland D50, others from a Yamaha DX and a Casio CZ. These were contemporary synthesizers that were often used in music from the late 80s and early 90s, and contribute to the synth-poppy sound that many later Amiga tracks had. Taking one example, Pizza is a pizzicato string sampled from a Roland D50, and according to the Amiga database Mod Sample Master, it was used in hundreds, if not thousands of tracks. The same is true for most of the sounds on the disc, and ultimately, by providing these samples, Karsten didn't just give Soundtracker users a great start, he defined the sound of the Amiga. As a commercial product, the Ultimate Soundtracker was not a huge success. The Amiga market wasn't particularly big in 1987, and the software only saw release in Germany. I've never seen a copy for sale, and the only evidence it ever existed are a few photographs. So Soundtracker didn't make its mark as a commercial product for a number of reasons, but perhaps the most significant reason is software piracy. In fact, what
Sorry, that goes hard to sell. I'm grabbing that.
happened to Soundtracker goes far beyond piracy.
I'm back.
It was outright pillaged.
What you missed out on is that this dude. Oh, I'll just.
German magazine Wir Unsexiger. Enter 5 full pages of hexadecimal data without.
This dude published 5 pages of hex code in a magazine, and it gave you software on your computer. You just had to type it out perfectly.
But behind its spreadsheet-like interface lay the power of the Commodore 64 SID.
So yeah, just one of the first early versions of
Audio tracker.
Yeah, of audio trackers. And it was refined upon until it became the Ultimate Soundtracker. This dude made it specifically to make soundtracks for the games that he was publishing. And it sampled a lot of early, like, Rolands and Casios from the 90s. Or from the 80s. Because this was 80s. It didn't sell well because it was pirated.
Its mark as a commercial product for a number of reasons, but perhaps the most significant reason is software piracy. In fact, what happened to Soundtracker goes far beyond piracy. It was outright pillaged. It's at this point I should probably explain what the demo scene is. It's an underground subculture that started within the context of early home computing. It was largely driven by pirated software. Disk swapping and copying was quite common practice, and everyone knew someone who could get them games for free. Any attempts at copy protection were stripped out by programmers who specialized in it, crackers. And cracked copies of games could spread far and wide via BBS, snail mail, car boot sales, or in person. This was a time before the World Wide Web, and when internet access was uncommon. But nevertheless, there existed an extensive distribution network.
Good old-fashioned selling games out of a gear car in a dark parking lot.
You don't get that anymore.
No, I think that would fix society, honestly.
I mean, the problem is, right, because everything's digital now. If you had like a pirated game on a guy was selling you in the trunk of his car, it would be on a USB stick. And would you buy a USB from a stranger's trunk? I feel like that's going to implicate me.
Would you buy a CD from a stranger's trunk?
Well, yes, because that's a video game.
No. A blank like fucking whatever CD.
I think I told this story before. I don't know if you've heard it. Have you heard my Sonic Adventure 2 story?
I don't remember.
My family owned a Dreamcast, like one of the 5. And we had a couple of games that were official that came with it, but it was an incredibly easy thing to pirate games for. You could burn a CD with the game on it. So we had a few. But I didn't believe that they were real. So going through my CD sleeve, or my brother's CD sleeve for the Dreamcast, he had a disc labeled Sonic Adventure 2. And I'm like, no, I just finished playing Sonic Adventure 1. There's no way there's already a sequel. There's no way a sequel already came out. That's not a real game. That's fake. And I never played it. To this day, I've never played Sonic Adventure 2. I'm going to correct that at some point. I think I'm going to do a Sonic marathon this year.
Okay, but you have to do it on the Dreamcast.
On original hardware?
On original hardware with that CD.
Oh, that CD's long gone. And so is the Dreamcast.
Like garbage gone or sold to someone else gone?
I think a mix of both. Like
unfortunate.
I don't know if we didn't have any controllers or VMUs left. I think I just had the Dreamcast itself, no discs. And that might have ended up getting sold because I got like a box of old game stuff and brought it to a shop near me. I had to sell my GameCube. I mean, it was kind of getting on.
I mean, even if it doesn't get used, I think, especially if it's dead, I think it would make for a decent shelf piece.
Oh, absolutely. That's kind of why I want to collect. I love controllers. I want to collect vintage controllers because that's more manageable from a price perspective, and also they're nice display pieces.
Imagine the cables, though.
Yeah, there's ways around that.
Pair of scissors.
Unironically, yeah. I have a NES zapper on my shelf where I just cut the wire. I'm not ashamed. I'm a little ashamed. It's not like it's not like a gray zapper. Like the bright orange zappers, that shit is common. What I like though, I just stubbed my toe.
Oof.
What I like, getting it off the shelf. What I like about it is because it doesn't have the cable and anything. It still has the trigger.
Yeah.
Fucking. Oh. Oh,
It feels good, doesn't it?
I want a keyboard with that on every key. Be so insufferable, but oh,
And even with a lot of the vintage controllers, even if you do end up cutting the cable, a connector for them wouldn't be that difficult.
yeah, you might be able to get away with. I mean, like this thing is held together with screws. If I desperately wanted to get a new cable, it'd probably just need a little bit of solder work, but you could do it.
Other than that, like the bit that would plug into the console,
Yeah.
it was like a PS2 controller. It was what, 5 pins?
Well, I mean, like on this, I've cut it down to the nib, so I just have to get a whole new cable completely.
Oh, okay. Yeah, at that point, yeah.
God. Anyway.
Illegal. So most people involved with the scene chose pseudonyms. Everything sounds cooler that way anyway. Coordination and affiliation led to the formation of scene groups, like Razor 1911, Scoopex, Skid Row, Fairlight. Many of these groups remain active today. I should note that the demo scene isn't necessarily linked to software piracy or wares, but earlier on there was a close association. Cracking groups would often distinguish themselves with a short intro that played prior to the game loading. These crack intros or cracktros could be quite ornate and often had fantastic music. They are the precursor to contemporary keygens. Some groups put together longer.
Sorry, I just love the idea of that, of being like, you software pirates being like, we're so cool. Here's our name and our address and this animation we did. I mean, to be fair, yeah.
Address.
No, yeah, not address.
Hey, here's our group's name.
Yeah.
Here's a cool
They had their own
animation.
productions called
dope
demos,
music.
hence demo scene. They served as a showcase for coders, artists, and musicians, and were often quite impressive on all fronts. The scene was an outlet for creativity, and it was software like Soundtracker that helped it flourish.
It's banger shit.
It must have been a mix of admiration of Soundtracker's potential and frustration at its shortcomings that led to its reverse engineering shortly after its commercial release. Early in 1988, the software was disassembled by The Exterminator, a member of a Dutch group called the Jungle Command. He already had some experience with the Amiga sound hardware, having devised his own sound format called Megatracks. He took Soundtracker's code and started to incorporate a number of improvements, with a new, unofficial version called Soundtracker 2. The overwhelmingly beige interface was presented in a much more respectable grey, overall stability was improved, and new volume commands were added. But perhaps the biggest difference was that Soundtracker was no longer a paid-for commercial product. It was now part of the scene, spread from disc to disc via back channels. The assembly source was shared, along with the playback routines, and other scene groups would work on their own versions, collectively iterating and improving on the original Soundtracker formula. In March 1988, Swedish coder Il Scuro of Def Jam released Soundtracker 3, which was shortly followed by Alpha Flight's version 4 in April. The most prolific group was DOC, or Dr. Mabuse Orgasm Crackings, who developed their version of Soundtracker during the middle of...
Hold
That's
on.
a fucking name.
Hit me with it. Where is it? It's got to be a most replayed, right?
And slowdowns, but beating Ninja Gaiden in under 14 minutes was still a great achievement. Over the next few years, the record on Speed Demo's archive would be lowered by several great players, eventually even coming under 13 minutes. And that was nice and all, but the truth is, compared to what was going on in Japan, they came up way short. Known as Really record, but unlike many times, more refined had off of enemies.
Wait, is it
in Ninja
earlier
Gaiden,
in the? Yeah, it is.
Ninja Gaiden speedrunning is hard traded back and forth between Japanese runners Osaka, Remuda, and shivering erotic King Banana.
That's what I was looking for.
That's a fucking name.
Oh yeah.
To Mabuse Orgasm Crackings, who developed their version of Soundtracker during the middle of 1988 with a series of releases that year. They added an equalizer display, the ability to mute channels, better file handling, an improved play routine, and the ability to save songs as modules. Modules were monolithic files that incorporated the sample data along with the song, so sample discs and a second drive were no longer a necessity. It also made it easier for musicians to use novel samples and still distribute their work. And while the trusty ST01 samples would still see heavy use, tracker modules could now be far less reliant upon them. Towards the end of 1988, DOC released Soundtracker 2.2, which by now was quite a mature piece of software, and one of the more dominant offerings amongst the nascent world of trackers. Karsten Obarski was still developing the ultimate soundtracker, however, and in November 1988, he released version 2.0 of his original tracker. It was much improved over the earlier versions, but the collective effort of other groups had exceeded the pace of his own, and the unofficial alternatives rather overshadowed the original. Version 2 was the last release of the ultimate soundtracker. Karsten would play no further role in the development of the software he had conceived. It's hard not to feel bad for him. His hard work had been ripped off, and any commercial potential evaporated. I suppose there's some solace in the fact that his work, his involuntary gift, would go on to have massive influence, both on the Amiga and beyond. In his absence, the development of trackers continued. In August 1989, a Swedish duo named Mahoney and Cactus released Noise Tracker, another entry in a long line of Soundtracker clones. But there was one very important difference. It was nice to use. It's the little things, really. You could now control most functions with the keyboard, so switching into edit mode, changing samples, laying down notes, and playing the pattern to hear your changes could all be done with the keys. You could now use up to 31 samples instead of 15, and the Amiga's low-pass filter, which was designed to reduce sample aliasing but muffled the output slightly, was automatically disabled. It handled like a dream, and it should be no surprise that Noise Tracker quickly became the standard. By now, there was a growing pool of talented musicians who worked with Soundtracker and its derivatives. And with its lightweight and accessible playback routine, this led to the format's adoption in games. There were many different music formats used on the Amiga, but from 1989 onwards, the Soundtracker format was quite dominant. Many musicians started out in the demo scene before finding work in commercial games, such as Dr. Awesome, also known as Bjorn Linner, and Cold Storage, or Tim Wright. Jesper Kyd
No, that's not him. Never mind. I was about to say that. I thought that was the Sims guy. That's Will Wright.
started in the demo scene as part of The Silence, but these days you might know him from his work on Assassin's Creed, Hitman, or Borderlands. The demo scene was a crucible of talent. Many coders, graphicians, musicians started their career
I like
there,
that.
and many still work in the industry today. Most tracking musicians cultivated their own style, some of which are quite distinct. For instance, the airy, fleeting melodies of Jorge Liljedahl, paired with his tight production, make his work amongst the best on the Amiga. The progressive, exciting techno works of Jester, fused with a jazz-like flair, evoke strong memories of the demo scene. Some forged new genres entirely, such as Lizard King or Gustav Grefberg, who pioneered a style of music called doskpop. The term comes from the Swedish for disco and synth combined pop, and it fuses disco with synth instruments for a very demo scene, very Amiga sound. Another
Of course they're
distinct style
Swedish.
is chip music. Today, the term chiptune is applied to all early computer music, including trackers. But in the original sense, chiptune is a far more specific term. It refers to tracker modules that emulate the style of earlier 8-bit music, particularly from the Commodore 64's SID. This was done by using small looped samples with simple waveforms, and modulating those samples with effects. This wasn't just done for nostalgia, although that is a big part. The tiny samples meant that the module's file size could be minuscule, often just a few kilobytes. This was useful for things like Cracktros, where there might only be limited space on the disk. One pioneer of this style was Matthew Simmons, or Format, with his work adorning many intros. Although plenty of others composed in this style, and the arpeggiated raw synths are a common sound you'll hear in tracker music. Efficient use of space has always been valued by the demo scene. You wouldn't think you could do much with something like 4 kilobytes, but there's an entire category of demos set out to prove you wrong. As time ticked on and the 90s arrived, Soundtracker's bloodline continued, of course, and Noise Tracker reached version 2.0 in July 1990. This would be the final version, although there were plenty of other offshoots. Most significant of those was Pro Tracker, coded by Zap of Amiga Freelancers. The first version released in October 1990, although by all accounts it was full of bugs. Later versions smoothed things over though, and by the end of 1991, Pro Tracker was a more than worthy alternative to Noise Tracker. Eventually it would carry significant enhancements, including a higher resolution display, integrated sample editor, and improved editing tools. There do exist trackers that aren't direct descendants of Soundtracker, and amongst the most important is Teo Kinnunen's MED, short for Music Editor. Its first release was in 1989, although early versions of the program didn't really offer much that other trackers couldn't, and it used its own format that wasn't compatible with Soundtracker. Version 2 was almost entirely rewritten and added MIDI support, along with additional editing features. MED had a niche as a quirky Soundtracker alternative with some neat features, but it was the later Octamed that really stood out. The Amiga was limited to 4 hardware channels, but it is possible to mix sounds in software at a cost of CPU time. On a basic Amiga, you only had a 7 MHz processor, so software mixing wasn't often done. 8 channels were feasible, however, splitting each hardware channel into 2. This did increase CPU usage. Soundtracker modules occupied about 3% of available CPU time, whereas an 8-channel Octamed song could use 20%. Nevertheless, the extra channels were useful for musicians. The ability to form complex chords and incorporate more instruments, along with MIDI support, meant that Octamed found favour with computer musicians.
Damn.
By this time, trackers were starting to become more mainstream. My first exposure to them was on a cover disc of Amiga format. So you no longer needed to be part of the scene to hear about them. They were accessible to everyone. For many people, this was their introduction to electronic music production. You no longer needed studio gear worth thousands. You could get by with a cheap home computer and a copy of Pro Tracker. Most commercial music was still done in the studio, the old-fashioned way. But in the underground scenes like rave, jungle and techno, trackers were becoming quite significant. The Prodigy used Pro Tracker. Aphrodite, Busy Bee, DJ Zinc, Aphex Twin and Venetian Snares all used trackers too. Darude made the first version of Sandstorm in a tracker. Calvin Harris produced the entirety of I Created Disco using Octamed. Today, computers are an essential part of any music studio, and the digital audio workstation is the central tool for most of the production process. But in the 90s, trackers offered a taste of this future. Later Amigas had more powerful CPUs, so software mixing and more than 8 channels became a possibility. A retargetable audio subsystem called HE permitted 14-bit stereo sound on the Amiga's hardware.
Proceed.
A matrix that used 2 8-bit channels with one at a lower volume to reproduce the least significant bits. Some later trackers used HE to support a large number of channels. Octamed's Sound Studio supported up to 64. DigiBooster supported 254. You could use 16-bit samples and more of them. You were really only limited by available RAM. The 4-channel, 15-sample limit of Soundtracker was long gone. But so too was the Amiga's heyday. By the mid-90s, Commodore was bankrupt, and the Amiga was in an inevitable decline. Trackers would live on, however, but it was time to hand over to the PC. When Soundtracker first came out, and the Amiga was starting to enjoy its potential, it's fair to say that PC audio was in rather a sorry state. In 1987, most PCs weren't equipped with sound cards. Instead, users had to endure the 1-bit bleeps of the PC speaker. This was originally designed to provide simple audio notifications for programs.
Banger, though.
Error beeps and the such like. You could funnel game audio through the speaker, but the results weren't pretty. The addition of dedicated sound hardware soon became a necessity, and so hardware like the Creative Music System, the AdLib Music Synthesizer card, and the expensive Gravis Ultrasound started populating PC slots and providing the soundtracks for games. These cards were essentially synthesizers geared towards the playback of MIDI music. While they provided generous polyphony, their instrument banks were effectively hard-coded, so they demanded a different approach than sample-based music. MIDI music could sound radically different depending on what sound card you had, so it was more difficult for composers to control exactly what was heard. They were essentially supplying sheet music instead of a recording. This gives PC music of this era a distinct sound, not unpleasant by any means, but slightly reminiscent of a cheap keyboard in demo mode. There are certain advantages to using samples, and these become quite apparent within certain genres. Electronic styles, such as techno, really don't fare well with these standard MIDI instrument banks, so you can see why someone might want to bring trackers to the PC. In 1990, Finnish coder Sami Tamileto of Future Crew did just that with Screen Tracker. Early versions were a bit rough, even by tracker standards. It runs in DOS text mode and is entirely driven by the keyboard, but it works, mostly. The important thing was that now PC owners had a tracker of their own, one that matched or exceeded Soundtracker's baseline. In 1994, by the time Screen Tracker 3 came out, things were much improved. You could use up to 16 channels, and there was enhanced support for different sound cards. Version 3 also introduced a new module format, S3M, which proved a popular format for multi-track songs on the PC. The interface was still text-based, an odd shade of beige, and everything still driven by the keyboard, but it was quite usable and a lot more stable.
Not enough software is beige these
It took a
days.
while for the demo scene to be taken seriously on the PC. While a 486 equipped with a VGA card and sound card was vastly more powerful than an Amiga 500, the lack of a standard configuration meant that it was more difficult to hit the hardware directly, and a sense of tradition meant there was considerable inertia when it came to switching platforms. Attitudes changed when Future Crew released Second Reality, a demo for the PC with both impressive visuals and a fantastic soundtrack by Purple Motion and Skaven. The music was done in Stream Tracker, of course. The demo was very much inspired by work done on the Amiga. Many of the effects were familiar, but the performance differential between the Amiga and PC at this time meant that things were just a little bit more. The demo scene has always been about pushing the limits of hardware, but Second Reality broke through anything the Amiga had done before. For me, it marks a handover of the scene from the Amiga to PC, a new era with new limits to exceed. Of course, the Amiga demo scene continued. Although doomed and commercially extinct, the platform still had plenty to offer, and I'm pleased to say the Amiga scene continues to this day. But as more and more people bought PCs, the platform became the primary choice, and soon there would be a number of trackers to choose from. A demo group called Triton released Fast Tracker at the end of 1992, with support for 8 channels. A worthy alternative to Scream Tracker 2 at the time, but it was the later Fast Tracker 2 that made the most impact. Released in November 1994, it introduced the XM module format, which permitted up to 32 channels. Its interface was very much traditional Tracker, heavily inspired by Pro Tracker, and unlike Scream Tracker, it supported a mouse and was a little bit easier to use. Of course, some preferred Scream Tracker, decrying the single-screen mouse-driven interface, so there was a certain rivalry. Another popular alternative was Impulse Tracker, which released in 1995. Its interface closely resembles Scream Tracker, but it incorporates a number of improvements, such as the envelopes and multi-samples from Fast Tracker 2, and support for up to 64 channels. Impulse Tracker modules had the .it file extension, and these, along with XM and S3M modules, comprise the majority of PC Tracker modules you'll find. So now, PC users had 3 very capable trackers to choose from, and there exists some very impressive work from this era, far exceeding anything done with the 4-channel limitation on the Amiga. But there was a bit of a problem faced by tracker music in the mid-90s. The increasing prevalence of CD-ROM was rather eroding their advantages.
Oh no!
With CD audio, you no longer needed to be constrained by number of channels, samples...
Damn you, CD audio!
Playback. You could simply play recorded audio from the CD. Full-quality digital audio with no CPU time required. Worse, you no longer need...
Sorry, I mean, hell yeah. Featured Road Rash featuring music by Soundgarden, baby.
Yeah.
I love that there was an era where you could put PC games in a CD player. And sometimes you could do that with PlayStation games too. And sometimes when you do that, the track reader...
You get the soundtrack from it?
Not only that, sometimes they'd add a message. Sometimes it'd be like, hey, this isn't a CD. This is a PlayStation game.
As you can see, this is a PlayStation Black Disc. Cut number 1 contains computer data, so please don't play it. But you probably won't listen to me anyway, will you?
To employ adept users of weird tracker software to compose your soundtracks. You could turn to actual musicians instead. So, just as soon as the limitations on tracked music were lifted, the practical need for trackers almost entirely evaporated. From an overhead perspective, music in PC games shifted from MIDI to CD audio. Tracker music was just some offbeat fringe. But there are a few notable exceptions. Back in 1993, there was a man named Tim Sweeney, founder of a company called Epic Mega Games, who was particularly enamored.
I wonder what he's doing now.
We're doing with their PC demos.
Wonder.
Tim wanted to hire them to work on games. Epic sponsored Assembly 93, a demo party, and
he's still the CEO of Epic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The team behind Future Crew. They weren't interested. The scene is anti-commercial, not really motivated by profit. But they did show them an unfinished pinball game they'd been working on. Epic persuaded them to finish it so it could be released, but their other commitments meant they weren't able to. Instead, a Canadian developer named James Schmaltz made his own pinball game for Epic, called Epic Pinball. Its soundtrack was made in Screen Tracker. James Schmaltz went on to found Digital Extremes, and bolstered by the success of Epic Pinball, started work on a new game, a first-person shooter. This game was Unreal, which released in 1998. A spectacular-looking game, but also noteworthy on account of its music. Its entire soundtrack was tracker music. Good stuff, too. A collaboration between Alexander Brandon, also known as Siren, Michael van den Bos, or MCA, Andrew Sega, known as Necros, and Dan Gardepay, or Basshead. Unreal Tournament was the same. Deus Ex, too. And honestly, this music holds up really well. It's an evolutionary spur that can trace
That's
its
chills,
roots back to the Amiga,
that synth
back
tone.
to Karsten Abarski's Soundtracker. These days, there's no compelling reason to use tracker music directly in games. Even if you compose in a tracker, converting to a digital recording makes much more sense. It's easier to master and play back.
Oh shit, I'm in break.
Do so out of a desire for authenticity. The only contemporary example I can think of is retro revival shooter Ion Fury, which features music by Finnish tracker Jaakko Rotsten. That's not to say trackers are extinct, of course. There exist quite a few contemporary trackers for musicians who desire the old school cachet, or who simply prefer the direct mode of editing. One of the earliest trackers for Windows was Modplug Tracker, the first version of which came out in 1997. Today, it's an open source project known as OpenMPT. It's a free, capable tracker with a standard Windows interface. Mad Tracker is another alternative for Windows that first emerged around the same time, although it's no longer in active development. For those who want to preserve the old school feel of DOS, there's Milky Tracker, a modern option in the Fast Tracker 2 mold. Some later trackers take a modular approach, allowing you to chain instruments and effects while sequencing them with the tracker. Jeskula Buzz was the first, although other trackers take a similar approach, such as Cycle and Sunvox.
That's
If
cool.
you're after a heavyweight tracker for more serious production, then Renoise is worth considering. It's not free, but it's a capable digital audio workstation centered on its tracker interface. If you're interested in making chiptunes, there are options designed around emulating specific sound hardware. FamiTracker, for instance, lets you compose music for the NES. There are native options too. Little Sound DJ is a tracker that runs on the Game Boy, for an authentic chiptune sound that fits in your pocket. There's even hardware implementations of trackers. The Polyend tracker and XOR NerdSynth are two examples. So clearly, trackers have a certain amount of admiration within the music community. They represent the old school, an important part of early computer music. Trackers exist in a narrow slice of its history, wedged between the synthetic sounds of PSGs and the age of CD-ROM. They gave computer musicians the ability to express themselves in an entirely novel way, and were both affordable and accessible, allowing a new wave of talent to flourish. There's something intangibly different about music made this way. Perhaps it's because, instead of a digital recording played back, the music is assembled in real time. Notes and instruments, modulation, effects. In essence, trackers are a performance. It's the sound of 16-bit. There's nothing quite like it. So, the next time you pirate any software, not that you should, as the keygen does its thing, maybe pause a moment and listen. There's a lot of history there. If you're interested in hearing more tracker music, YouTube isn't a terrible place to start. There are plenty of recordings and compilations there. If you want the original modules, then the Mod Archive is a good repository. VLC has playback support for a wide range of tracker formats. Most modern trackers should be able to import the common module formats, and with those you'll be able to play around with the instruments and patterns of the songs and see how they're constructed. Modern ports of both Pro Tracker and Fast Tracker 2 exist if you'd like to keep it old school. If you'd like to know more about the demo scene, again, there are plenty of demo recordings on YouTube, or you could download the original demos and run them, either on hardware or through an emulator. Win UAE for the Amiga, DOSBox for PC.
So cool. Oh shit! I got raided. Andy. You were doing Nine Souls, right? How did that go? I've been meaning to play that. It looks really cool. Sorry that there wasn't a notification. It's because frustrating, but I did make progress. Good. There's no notifications at the moment because I completely removed stream elements from my setup. So I haven't configured Twitch notifications just yet. But I removed it completely.
Hi, Andy. And friends.
We're just watching YouTube videos because I was supposed to do this earlier in the day, but we're just vibing, watching shit on the internet. Let's watch something shorter.
Some comprehensive data.
But like, this is genuinely cool.
You have something in mind that you want to...
Necros and Dan Gotta Pay.
I did, but I want to find this song.
Right.
I want to find this song.
And honestly, this music holds up really well. It's an evolutionary spur.
I don't know if that's Unreal.
8. MC. Unreal Tournament was the same.
Is that an Unreal Tournament song? Gonna be lurking while you do post-stream care. Understandably. You take care of yourself. It is.
A
Foregone Destruction. This fucked. Get to the Amen break. I'll send that to you, Scoot.
Really good.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's just what breakcore is now. Comments are calling it drum and bass.
Because the Amen break is very, very common percussion.
Yeah.
In D&B.
It's just so cool. I was just gonna play an Unusual Memes.
Oh.
Wrong link. Right, I copied and pasted the thing. What were you gonna say?
I was gonna say, have you seen the bumper to bumper from Donut on the scooters?
No, I kind of stopped watching Donut.
This
Not
is
for any-
earlier.
Oh,
This is
that one.
earlier Donut.
Oh yeah, the
This-
Bosozoku scooters.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll put that on. That shit was cool. This shit.
They're low, slow, and apparently super duper fun. But WTF, what the are these things? And more importantly,
I want one.
why? So hold on to your buns, my future rascal-owning friends, because we're going bumper to bumper, fender to tail, on a gang of scooters!
I want that CRX. I know it's stock. I don't care. Also, this fucks.
that old. I think it's a Mercedes.
I think it's a Mercedes. Some deep dishes.
Riding is block.
Oh yeah.
The rear tires do not fit. But yeah,
it fucks. I just realized
But,
that Lexus is stance too.
that Lexus is clean though.
It's very clean. Of course, the guys that have the money for these, for CRX, a Lexus, and Mercedes like this, of course they're fucking modding scooters.
Yeah.
I missed this format.
I'd like to thank NOS Energy Drink for partnering with Bumper to Bumper.
I do think it's really funny that they had a NOS energy drink sponsor up until James got a heart attack.
Yeah.
Hey, Thunder.
Hi, Thunder.
Let's start off by saying this isn't going to be your typical bumper to bumper. Obviously, I'm sitting next to a freaking scooter. We skipped over a car this week because when I saw these guys on Instagram, I thought to myself,
is that Lily?
It's Lily.
Why are you in a car?
No, I'm on my phone.
Ah, okay. Well, I have to fix Fugi.
Oh, are you streaming?
Yes.
Oh, I don't want to be on stream. I love you, Tim.
Love you too.
I'm just eepy. I just want to vibe with you.
No, yeah, I'm just watching stuff, but I'm watching stuff on stream.
Do you want to see my Scarlet Witch rap play?
Yeah, send me the thing.
I'm gonna DM it to you. Boy, I love you all.
But didn't mean to join and leave the call. Discord makes change makes it too easy to do that by accident. Yeah, no worries.
Oh, Thunder. Thunder, did you accidentally hit the do not ask again? If you're in another VC.
This is what Lily sent. Well, that was a penta. Okay.
Oh.
Neat.
But yeah, no, Tim, you know what I'm talking about. Like, if you're already in a VC, you go to click somewhere, you accidentally click on another VC.
Yeah.
The pop-up comes up.
Yeah.
Did you actually? Does it come up for you?
Sometimes.
Sometimes.
I don't join VCs that often.
If then.
No,
If
but I
you
know it.
need
I
to.
know what you mean though. Like it's fucking annoying.
If that doesn't come up.
Yeah, the
well, no,
active
I
now
want it-
thing.
I want it to come up. I want it to come up so that I don't accidentally leave a VC if I misclick. If you've hit do not show this again, just relog.
Okay.
And it'll come back. But
Oh,
you
yeah.
also have to redo a bunch of settings, which is annoying.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm doing okay. We're just vibing.
these guys get it. These guys know what's cool. And after meeting them, I'm happy to report that I was right. This is right up my alley, and therefore I feel like it's my responsibility as your big bro.
Wait, whoa.
It's right up my alley, and therefore I feel like it's my responsibility.
That's clean.
That is pretty clean.
I don't even know what it
the hell
is.
It's clean.
It's so clean they've debadged it.
I think Russ would know.
It's my favorite car. It's a 1986. No, it's probably a 90. That's a 95, probably.
I don't know. I want to say like 2000, 2001.
Maybe.
Of what? I don't fucking know.
Of what? I don't know. It's a station wagon.
But yeah, no, that is pretty clean.
That is really nice.
Responsibility as your big bro to bring this scene to the attention of you D-holes. So, first and foremost, what are these colorful two-wheelers you see beside and behind me? Well, the best way to describe them would be old Japanese scooters modified in a period correct kind of way. I know, it's catchy. Now, if you look at them and think, hey, I've seen some of these things on the internet. Those are both Suzuki scooters. Well, hold your freaking buff horses, Bubba. That's a bit misleading. Both Suzuki
Also, that's pretty
literally
nice.
means violent running tribe.
Yeah.
And back in the 70s and 80s, they were gangs of rebellious working class teens that had gained a reputation, among other things, for modifying their motorcycles to the extreme with tall rear seats, stretched out handlebars, and flashy paint jobs. The motorcycle scene also influenced cars. We did an episode on a Bosuzoku Toyota Cressida. Go watch it after you finish this video because retention is very important to us. The Boso scene inspired less gangy Japanese scooter enthusiasts to alter the appearance of their trusty bikes. And what you see here are
That's
multiple examples of such creations. It all starts with a very specific type of scooter built in the mid-80s. The Honda Tact, the Yamaha Jog, and the 1997 Honda Elite.
Everybody's Jog. Yamaha Jog.
We'll start with the Honda Tact, as it's probably the most common model in the scene. Called the Aero 50 in the States, it was Honda's first fully modern 50cc scooter sold in North America back in 1983. With a 50cc two-stroke motor, you'll be mixing gas and slapping ass on this bad boy. Two-stroke motors need oil added to the fuel to lubricate the crankcase and rings, hence, two-stroke motors need oil
Nice.
Yeah.
added to the fuel to lubricate the crankcase.
Also, nice.
Yeah.
And rings. Hence, that really, really funny pun I said like 4 seconds ago. The Yamaha Jog is another model named after my least favorite high school gym activity and was only offered from 86 to 87. And lastly, the Honda DJ1, or the Elite as we called it. They're more scooters that are modified to match the style.
I want this, whatever this one is.
Yeah.
I'm also
I
loving
mean-
this, like, fucking can as oil can shit.
If I don't know, if you pull that the subtitles out of the actually no, that should be fine there.
You think you can phone search it, like lens it?
Yeah. Yeah, let's see if I can.
It's probably one of it. I mean, he mentions another style, but like it might just be a stripped version of the other ones.
Honda Melody?
Honda Melody. Yeah. Oh man, stock it came with a basket.
Baller. Mhm.
You know what?
Yeah, it looks like it might be it.
Handy.
Either way. Where the hell was it? The ITEL jet off topic,
Uh-huh.
but sort of on topic with on the topic of scooters. ITEL jet Kit Kat,
Kit Kat?
like the candy bar Kit Kat.
Right. I want it.
It's an Italian motocompo.
How small do you have to be to ride this thing? Jesus.
I mean,
Italian sized, I guess. 69. Nice.
Oh, yeah, that's the image I was looking for.
Oh, it's a card. If this was like a full ass poster print, I'd want it. I'd put that on my wall. Are you kidding me?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, but the tuba.
Oh. I didn't know there were more of them. That's great.
Is that like a I guess that's like an Italian priest. I don't know. The Sailor Man and the tuba, that shit goes hard.
Those go hard.
I'm gonna commission an artist to do that with me, to draw me like this.
As an Italjet Kit Kat promo poster.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah. I really want one. Because they're just tiny and goofy little guys.
Yeah. That's what they're doing now.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. No, Italjet. Holy shit. Some of their new stuff. Bananas. If you want, you can look up the Italjet Peppery.
Peppery. Oh, neat little guy.
50 cc's, top speed of about 45 km/h.
We have the buggy at home.
We have the Myers Manx at home. Myers Manx at home.
God. Honestly,
yeah.
You could probably take a modern Italjet engine and put it in this, and it would go hard. It would explode.
Maybe.
Was it for kids? Was this Most of the images show a child in it.
I don't know. I was just watching videos on.
I kind of love it though. I think they made a version for children. That's the difference. It's just the buggy. But, yeah, that's sick.
But these are the main ones.
Why does it seem like a not safe thing to put your child in? Most Power Wheels aren't.
Yeah.
I worked at Toys R Us. I put together a couple of those Power Wheels for display. We got in when I started there, we just got in the Mario Kart Power Wheels. Which, fuck, actually. Like, they literally just translated a Mario Kart for a child.
Did you see the Ford Bronco Power Wheels? There is a particular promo image that they used.
And it's making people upset?
No, not that one. It's that one.
Why is this upsetting people?
It's not. I don't think it's upsetting people. It's just like, hey, guys, you know exactly what you're doing.
Oh. Oh, right, because of the O.J. Simpson.
Yeah. And I saw some guy on TikTok saying, now I have to explain to my kid why I can't buy him a fucking Bronco Power Wheels because the juice is loose.
Oh, they did a classic one?
You're getting the Jeep instead, buddy.
Yeah, I don't know anyone who would want to buy I think the people who are buying white Ford Broncos are just trying to be edgy.
Yeah.
Like, it's a sick car. I like the Bronco.
Like, it's neat.
Like,
it just...
Yeah.
It's too big. Like, the normal one's too big. Power Wheels one, perfect size.
Perfect size. It's not the Bronco
Perfect.
Sport, is it? It's the what's the two-door?
Oh, it's the Bronco.
Just the Bronco, yeah. Nobody makes a two-door SUV anymore, so seeing one is nice.
Yeah, no, the Bronco Sport's essentially just a fucking Ford Escape.
Yeah. And that's what everyone buys.
Yeah.
But this is nice. It is too big. I will say that. I will agree.
Yeah.
It's the FJ at home. I miss him every day.
Yeah.
You know who I also miss?
Oh, we absolutely could get this.
I'm telling you. I miss my wife, Toyota FJ Cruiser. I'm telling you that, like, the Australian car market would do numbers in Canada.
Probably.
Because, like
a Suzuki Jimny, it's all-wheel drive. It's higher up, but it's compact. It's nowhere near as big as a Bronco.
Like, any Ute, right?
Oh, yeah.
These would explode in Canada. Not just from hipsters like me, but, like, you know.
Guys who buy Chargers.
Yeah.
Guys who buy trucks and then complain, oh, I have to pay too much money for my gas, blah, 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 blah. Like, buddy, could have got something smaller. You could have got a Ford Maverick. No, a Ute would go bonkers in Canada, especially, again, if they were all-wheel drive.
Yeah.
Because that's what everybody fucking loves. Oh, I want all-wheel drive. I need all-wheel drive. I need all-wheel drive because of the winter. No, put fucking snow tires.
Not to bring back like a 2-year-old dead meme, but this is my Roman Empire. When they tried to drop the Pontiac G8 Ute in Canada, or in North America.
Well, it's essentially just a left-hand drive.
It is, yeah. It's the Maloo, because it is a GM, but like...
Yeah, no.
They tried to release it in America. At least one model exists of it in Pontiac badges like this. And apparently was driven by 50 Cent. It was like, it was at a car show of some description.
Because I know there is a company, I heard there was a company, I think in California, that would do Ute conversions on a Maloo and swap over like Pontiac badging and whatnot.
Sorry.
What?
It's a Caprice body kit.
Oh.
Wait, a Holden Ute being sold as a Chevy Caprice conversion.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, because it's illegally imported.
Yeah. Yeah, because they're basically, like, it looks like a Chevy SS.
Yeah.
The front end especially.
It's just, don't worry, guys, it's just a Caprice. There's 50 Cent with the G8 Ute.
Yeah.
What we could have had.
Well, we absolutely could have had.
It would have been, it would be so awesome.
But the Suzuki Jimny and a lot of the Suzuki lineup would rock
like
in Canada. Especially.
Yeah. I see
not in the States.
I see a ton of trackers.
Oh yeah. But those are old GM. And that kind of bled into
But like if people
GM.
are buying these, then they'll buy a Jimny.
It's the thing is, people like bought those at the time because they were compact, they were higher up.
Yeah.
And you know, they wanted something with Jesus Christ. That's a skid car. Look at the rear wheels on that thing. Look like a Hot Wheels.
This is a Hot Wheels.
Absolutely is.
Sorry, I love the rear's got 4 tanks, and then on this image, you've got tanks on the intake. Never
Absolutely,
enough. Slammed tracker. God.
Yeah, people
In the best color combo.
Yes, that teal was a good color.
That's probably copywritten. But like
the custom painted tires and shit.
Yeah. Fuck off with the rainbow chrome exhaust.
That's titanium will actually do that.
I do like the pink tow
If
hook,
it gets
though.
hot.
That's fair.
Yeah, Puerto Rico plate tracks though.
Black gas cap. Is that like what's up with the handles? It's like gripped. Is he gonna zoom in?
I don't know, but if you take a picture of this and send it to Axel, he's definitely gonna say, "Oh yeah, I know."
Oh, RCR did the tracker.
Tracker. It's okay to like cute things. You're still a man. It's okay to go slow and take your time. You're still a man. It's okay to be friend-shaped. You can still lift the same amount of weight.
I think that's got to be an audio redeem for Russ.
It's okay to be friend-shaped.
Absolutely.
No, it's a shitty car, but I love it because it's little.
My friend of mine in high school had one, and he fucking straight piped it. He straight piped it, and as he's pulling it out of the shop after it's done, it's like fresh snow. So the sound wasn't bouncing off of everything. It sounded kind of clean, softened, kind of harsher tones. He got outside, put it in first. It was automatic, so he just dropped it all the way down to first, and just fucking romped on it. And you could hear it going rap 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 as he fucking flew off. And I'm like, I want to do that.
Was this shit real? Was this concept car, or did they actually make these?
I don't know if they made those. That might just be a concept. Mm-hmm.
I like the bag. You drank.
Oh, yeah, no,
supercharged.
Australian.
Well, that's the front.
It might be Australian.
I think it's very Australian.
You see the rear end again? I don't know.
It's definitely not a Chrysler.
Nope. Oh, it's not a Cadillac either, but like.
No, I know.
Oh, the one on the right. Tiny. Oh no, it's a Facebook photo. It's gonna be shit.
This guy? Yeah.
No. It was in the other. Oh yeah, that one.
This one?
Yeah.
That's what I was looking at.
Yeah, no, you had it. The one with the from Facebook with the super blurry photo there. I was gonna see if I could see the the plate on that blue one.
Ah. This is from a magazine. So there's probably multiple pictures. I also didn't realize it. I was rewatching a bit of My Name is Earl.
Oh.
She drives a Brat. That's a Brat. I never put it together.
Subaru?
Yeah, it's a Subaru Brat. In an American flag paint with rear-facing seats for the kids. It does fuck. Like, I'm not gonna lie.
How much do you think it's going for?
This one specifically?
That exact car.
Probably a lot. I mean,
how much do you think Earl's car is going for?
What, an 80s El Camino with a fucked up door? 73.
Yeah.
Oh, probably.
Too much.
Too much. No thanks. What is that plate?
Oh wait, go back up.
Where it was
yeah. Go back out to the
it was in one of these
first
photos.
photo.
Minis. I can't make it out.
Open image in new tab.
Enhance.
Enhance.
Ohio? I'm pretty sure that's what it says on the side here.
Yeah, Ohio historical vehicle. Historical vehicle. Yep.
Okay.
Why is it a historical vehicle?
We're old.
I mean, it's only 30 years old.
We're history now. Anyway.
Yeah.
That were exported at the time and can be converted to the Japanese domestic market spec. These are the scooters that get the special treatment. And that treatment boils down to a few key things. First, let's talk about fairings. The Japanese models have different fairings.
So, like, that's like that venting shit that they have at hardware stores, isn't it? Like this metal grating? Like the shit
Like, I know what you mean. I don't think I've seen like the cross.
Yeah, no. The cross pattern seems very like ornamental.
Yeah.
Like I can imagine this on a lantern. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Things with different colorways. So if you're interested in doing your own 80s Japanese scooter build and can't ship over a Japanese model, buy a US version and go source some OG fairings, baby. That's what Nigel did with his Marlboro themed Honda Aero 50 with tacked fairings. So while this scooter has all the Japanese fairings, what really makes it unique, aside from the paint, which we'll get into, is the custom long rear tail and belly cowl. These pieces were a common addition in the custom scooter scene in Japan, and this scoot kept faithful to the look of that time. It makes the scooter eye-catching, even racy.
Down to the zip ties.
As if that big old tail is gonna keep the back end down when you're rolling down the street going 35 miles per hour. Is it functional? No. Is it cool looking? Yes. Very, very yes. The second thing is the stance of the scooter, if you will. These babies sit low, and there's a reason. The rear shock spring is completely taken off. What happens when you leave the shock in and take the spring out? Well, you essentially only have the dampening from the shock and no spring to support the weight of you or the scooter.
Scooter
So the seat and
stance.
the tires act
Yeah.
as a suspension. Apparently, there's enough cushion in the push-in, i.e. the seat, and flex in the tires that they're still pretty comfortable. Now the back end is low.
I will say, it's still comfortable because of the tire pressure and the seat if you're small.
I mean,
I'm pushing 300. That's not going to be comfy for me.
hi. Hello.
Yeah. What did
I ride a rocket? I am 3.
Yeah, no, and you probably wouldn't take the rear spring out of your. You would take the shock out, would you?
No, it like okay. Going over, I mean, this is our roads. You know where I'm at.
Our roads, comrade. Yes.
Our roads, comrade. Our roads are shit.
Yeah.
So it is already uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Even if you have good suspension.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a regional thing. Like if you have good roads, then absolutely. Like LA, sure.
Yeah.
Maybe not right now, but sure. In Canada, maybe not.
The most obvious next step would be to lower the front end. How do you do that? Take the springs out of the forks. Why do you do this? Well, because they're keeping it true to the OG 80s. Take the springs out, throw some skateboard truck bushings on the ends of the internal fork shafts, and bada bing, scooter boom, you're rolling around low, baby. You got that low lifestyle. For all you performance junkies out there, a scooter build wouldn't be complete unless you modded the power plant a little. The stock expansion chamber is swapped out for an aftermarket pipe. These scooters have around 4 horsepower, so anything to get an extra boost is welcome, even if it just makes it sound faster. The final piece of the puzzle is the paint job. Now back in the Dizzy, scooters rolling off the assembly line would sport liveries of special edition tie-ins with fashion lines like Corrèze.
That is sick.
Corrèze was a French fashion brand that had a partnership with Honda, providing baby blue and pink accessories for both Honda scooters and cars. Was there ever a Gucci or a Fendi partnership with a Japanese scooter? Not that I'm aware of, but hey, maybe this is the next best thing. Other scooters like this pink polka dotted 1987 Honda Elite are a throwback to when Honda would advertise their scooters with bows and polka dots as a way for women to get a taste for the male-dominated motorcycle scene. The assembly line that built these scooters even had all female workers. Honda wanted to dominate the market, and to do that, they needed to entice the other 50%.
Kind of love the water bottle holder there.
Yeah.
I know it's just a bike one, but it's just funny to see on a scooter.
So what kind of person takes a scooter from the mid-80s, customizes it to match the look of the time, a time specific to...
That's also sick.
Yeah.
I figure it's just a mirror, but it's like, I love that.
Yeah. No, it is just a mirror, but they're fun, stylized little mirrors. They're cool.
I'm assuming you've looked into some, not this one specifically, but just like
Not that one, but no, I have looked into like aftermarket mirrors. I have thought of just taking them off. Because there are times where I do split lanes because traffic is backed up. Like I've split lanes with 2 fucking coolers on the back of the thing. Yeah, no, I've strapped coolers to the rocket.
If it works, it works.
Yeah, no, it works. It works real well.
country halfway around the world and then drive them around the streets of Southern California in a flock? A flock of scooters? The majority are part of Beautiful Boy Racing Car Club. They started off in the drift scene, but drifting is an expensive and competitive hobby. So, putting their love for Japanese car culture drifting.
I'll also shout out the guy who tried to do a Harlequin.
Yeah.
That's pretty sick. But I love don't. And the camo.
Is an expensive and competitive hobby. So, putting their love for Japanese car culture to good use, they got into Kaido racers.
Clean.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Sprouting off from their Kaido racing builds are the scooters. The same DIY aspects that the group loves about Kaido racers, they applied to these relatively cheap scooters. But just because something is cheap doesn't mean it's worth doing. So why on earth would you want to spend your time and money building this? In Japan, the scooter is an essential form of transportation that is generally regarded as the standard alongside cars. Whereas in the West, they're still kind of toys and hobby vehicles. When you first look at these scooters, you might think, is this a joke? I mean, there's no denying these things are ridiculous, but it doesn't matter what vehicle you tool with, there's always a community who will also join in on the fun. And the bottom line is these things are fun. So, if you can go out and design a unique vehicle that's cheap and fun, all while building a community, why not?
Why do they call it a restroom? I'm fighting for my life in here. I think I'll watch this and then wrap up stream because we're pushing 4 hours. My intention with this stream thing, every other Saturday I'm going to be doing this. I'm going to be doing some watch alongs. I want to watch some classic TV and some ads and shit. But I want to do it with I want to do a few more people in the Discord. So I think I'm going to try to organize some people because I want to get people need to see Monster by Mistake. I'm going to force people to watch it.
What was that again?
Oh, Monster by Mistake?
A TV series.
It was a show. It was a Canadian TV show. It sounded like this.
Hi, my name is Warren, and I'm just a kid like you. Or I was until I found evil Gargle's magic jewel. Then he tricked me, and I read a spell. Now every time I sneeze, monster by mistake.
That's it. That's the show. Comments are turned off. Cowards.
No, the theme song is ska. What the fuck?
It is.
My sister Tracy tries the spell book. She never gets it right, but Tracy doesn't ever give up. Plus, you know one day she might.
So that's one plot line. I want to break this down. Plot line 1. This kid turns into a monster every time he sneezes because he's been cursed by evil Gorgul and his jewel. Tracy is attempting to learn magic to reverse the spell. But she's also just becoming an accomplished magician as a result.
Find the words that will return me to my former width and height. I'm a monster by mistake. I'm gonna tell you about...
Then this guy's here. This dude is just in the house.
Johnny the Ghost. He's a wisecracking trumpet playing friend. He lives up in the attic. Shh, Mom and Dad don't know. Johnny always has a helping hand to lend.
He just has a ghost best friend that he plays trumpet with.
My secret monsterific life always keeps me on the run, and I have a funny feeling that the story's just begun. Everybody thinks it's pretty awesome I become a monster by mistake. I'm a monster.
Anyway, that's the whole show. Well, it's not. This is the intro.
I think I want to say I remember at the very least hearing the theme song.
Oh yeah, probably. You were switching channels rapidly because it was coming on.
I would have been, when did this come out? 96 to 06. I would have been, depending when in 06, I would have been yeah, no, I would have been like 6 or 7 at the time.
Yeah, it was like YTV during that period. So it would be on with like Butt Ugly Martians. Is that on YouTube? sucks.
That does suck. What the hell?
Okay. I forgot how awful this was. You know what also was awful that's probably not on... Oh, it is! Do you remember... Does anyone remember Tripping the Rift?
No, I remember Reboot.
Reboot's a classic. And good. Tripping the Rift is like... If Futurama was bad... That's literally it. It's just what if Futurama was bad?
Group hug. Whip, get your hand off my ass.
Yeah, that's it.
No, I don't remember this at all.
No one should. It was bad.
I'm looking at like January 1st, 05, because I found fandom, unfortunately, .com, the
Oh, there's
the show
probably...
lineup. There's archives.
Yeah, no, probably, because, like, it has a hot woman in it.
No, not for Tripping the Rift, for YTV.
For YTV, yeah.
I'm seeing 0 Tripping the Rift in 05.
No, because that's Teletoon. That was Teletoon at night.
Yeah, no, I'm just thinking Martin Mystery.
Martin Mystery, baby. Martin Mystery. For the uninitiated, most people are probably more familiar with
Totally Spies.
Totally Spies. This is the same studio. Almost exactly the same show, except I think it's marketed towards boys. And also equally as full of fetish bullshit.
Oh yeah. Because again, same studio.
Yes. Same, I have to assume the same writers who are just doing weird fetish bullshit. That's an interesting thumbnail, because they're brother and sister. It also probably shouldn't be uncommon of me that this is one of the first things I see, which is just a clip out of context of a character shrinking. Like, this is 100% fetish bait.
Yeah. All right. What aired on my birthday in the 05?
The one thing that I remember specifically about is I watched the pilot not recently, like 2 or 3 years ago. And I was like, oh, there's probably no way this is as fetishy as Totally Spies. And the first episode is like the main characters are going on a bet. Martin is betting with his sister that like he can go an entire day without getting dirty because he lives like a slob. And the loser of the bet has to rub the caveman's feet. And it does like these extended shots of this man's feet.
Yep.
Anyway, what aired on your birthday?
At 1 a.m. Inuyasha.
Fuck yeah.
At 2 a.m. Reboot.
Oh.
I mean, at midnight, July 9th, was Samurai Jack.
I have to wonder if, since we have the masters, if they've been uploading the show. I mean,
4 a.m. Teen Titans.
Nice.
5 a.m. Hamtaro.
Okay, so
6 a.m. Seven Little Monsters.
Just different channels have been, but nobody's because like a dude has them. Like it's a whole thing. They did a documentary about it. Somebody has the tapes.
Oh, 6:30 a.m. Monster by Mistake.
I think I distinctly remember watching it before going to school. Same with Mona the Vampire. I don't know if anyone remembers that show.
Oh my. Fucking Balto. From 4 to 5:30. Oh yeah.
God, this is taking me back.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you're wondering what the fuck this show is about, this girl has role plays as a vampire, and her imagination makes her think that things are going worse in her town than they actually are, and solves problems with her vampire powers or whatever. Fucking, there was another like mystery show. I don't know. The other one I'm thinking of is Freaky Stories. This is a banger.
Oh, yeah. 11:25. Freaky Stories.
It was just like an animated compilation series. But like in between was this fucker.
You'll see. Sounds fun. You hold the balloon to your lips and then you suck in the helium.
The old helium trick, eh?
This puppet of a roach.
Alien from outer space. Go ahead, try it.
Alien from outer space, huh? Okay, here goes.
Oh, and this fucking worm! It's like the slimiest worm.
Maurice, shh, quiet. I think we've been invaded by creatures from another planet.
Creatures from another planet. Right.
I am from the planet Zeron. Take me to your leader. You Earth creatures look.
Yeah, anyway, fun bit. So that's what I'm hoping to watch later. I just want to, I want to strap Americans in and force them to experience it. Same with Uh-Oh. I mean, I watched a ton of Uh-Oh on the channel already. I also want to get those, I want to find those episodes of Video and Arcade Top 10. People have uploaded them. The problem is they're mono. I want to see if I can do something about that, if I can download them.
So the audio only coming out like
one ear, yeah.
Side.
So like, I don't know, grab this episode. You see what I mean?
Oh yeah, Left Ear's loving this. You might be able to in your audio mixer, basically clone it so that it.
I'm thinking if I download them and try to play it through VLC, I might find a way to cheese it so that it just plays out both.
I mean, if you're running all your stuff through like an audio mixer, you might be able to do that on there already.
Maybe.
Or through whatever you're screen capturing.
Yeah. We'll figure it out.
Like OBS or whatever.
But those are, I definitely want to watch those because it's fucking classic.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's close out with some fucking TikToks, I guess.
Oh.
And now I want to sit back and relax and enjoy my evening. When all of a sudden I hear this agitating.
Great granddaddy taught me this method.
Fish.
As you can see, we've got some collard greens and some.
Meet it.
tem na ya viste.
O que aconteceu? Comprei uma coxinha, coxinha.
Dollarama.
Yeah. This Dollarama is too nice, though.
It is.
It is way too nice.
I mean, it's probably opening, right? This is probably 8 a.m.
It's probably brand fucking new.
I've got Dollaramas that look like this.
Just opened yesterday type shit.
Like in my area, they look like this. The difference is probably some of the bulbs are dying.
That's fair. Yeah, what did he? What
Those
was
are
he
mugs.
planning to accomplish?
I don't know. Actually, a cookie. He's also a guest.
Assalamualaikum. New Year's resolution.
Next year, I want to
Talk faster.
I want to see real talent and go somewhere else.
Talented.
The best.
He's young. He's learning. I have had this issue getting into trucks before. It's a nightmare. Why are you bringing in espresso into your truck, though?
Get on it.
I did think that was a real cow when I first saw this. Dreams have meanings. My dreams.
Bueno, vamos a probar.
Task failed successfully.
Sécate bien, güey.
Ain't got no gas in it.
Oh, what the fuck?
Is this what happened in LA? God.
Короче, типа вже заснули. А, що тут у нас? Два єгера. Таких два єгера, вони вже сплять. О, блядь!
Here, have this.
¿Cómo de verdad hay gente que todavía no entiende la puta vibra?
Talent.
One and fucking two. All right, I took a piss in this one, took a shit in this one, looked in the mirror and said,
Oh. Aw. Squidward.
Неудобные. Спасибо, спасибо. Ебать.
Oh.
I'll never get sick of the fucking Jet Set Radio shit.
I've lost my job. I'm losing my boyfriend. I'm so fucking cold, and I have no money.
Have a word as original.
Fuck off.
Fucking spinning groups.
Have a word as original.
Sorry, it's just the... Spinning. Are those grapes?
Yeah.
Big ass grapes. It's a glass bowl.
Boom.
I'm waiting for it. There we go.
What the fuck is this? Well.
Babosh, minha força manda canava. Mantanas do Bosch.
Let's race it. Dun 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 dun. Fuck.
My man. What's happening here? What's... That's a choice that man made.
Yeah.
Like... It's all chin.
Maybe he keeps hitting his chin on everything.
Maybe.
And he never hits his head on anything.
Huh.
Because your hair is a natural antenna.
Right.
Right?
God.
Mm.
Look, Blanco. Look how good that shit looks. Damn. And it's a good view up here too, I'm not gonna lie.
Angry, don't.
No.
Whoa, Goonie. Whoa.
Oh, I'm gonna try to frame by frame it.
Goonie. Whoa.
He's so scared.
He's holding on for dear life.
Yeah.
Pretty sure it's called Ascophyllum nodosa. And this right here, if you crack this open, these are basically the like the sexy parts of the seaweed. Like this is how they reproduce.
As I have Billy come up to say,
Oh. Oh, this dude.
I got my hopper today.
Yes, your car will run if you mismatch some of these parts.
A car got in front of me. I'm mad as hell. How the fuck this
Baga. Baga. Baga.
Look at that fucking cow.
You know what he's saying? Meow.
Yeah. Oy. Okay. Why don't we raid out?
Where are we dropping?
Where are we dropping? I'm gonna go bug Marsha, who's playing some Marvel. I'll be back Tuesday, probably with more Fallout and Crypt Custodian. You should play Crypt Custodian, Scoot, if you haven't already.
Well, I'm gonna look it up.
It's like it's another Souls-like, like a top-down Souls-like, but it's cats. It's cute. It's actually pretty easy too.
I'm a huge fan of Souls likes.
But I know you're a fan of cats. You're very large on this screen.
Keep it like that.
It's your stream now.
Oh no.
You're in charge.
I'm in charge. I have zero control over anything.
I'll mod you.
You'll be my producer.
Anyway, yeah, we're gonna go raid my friend Marcia. Show her some love. I'm gonna be back with more Fallout 4 and Crypt Custodian. The next time I'm gonna be doing a watch along, it will be the 25th. So I'm doing it every other Saturday. So yeah, look forward to the 25th if you want to watch more random bullshit with me. The raid's starting, so tune in next time when I pee my pants. Goodbye. Oh,